Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, all part of the general innate drive for healing. That's the premise that 6,000 years ago, according to Star Trek, one of the episodes from the Star Trek series, the original one, an episode entitled Requiem for Methuselah, the scriptwriter there seems to think that we became a traumatized version of ourselves. He didn't say it that way, in the episode, there's a man on a planet, and he's 6,000 years old. Symbolizing us in our traumatized state, hence the Requiem idea. So for the past 6,000 years, we've been dealing with what they also refer in that same episode as the eternal love triangle. So the Star Trek episode is about well, first of all, it's a tribute to a film 10 years prior, 1956 film entitled Forbidden Planet. And the Forbidden Planet was a metaphor that if you're on it and you think something, poof, there it is. Code for the baby thinks he creates things with his magical thinking, omnipotence of thought, not knowing that the mother's separate from him. So the baby needs something, it's there, he thinks he created it because he doesn't know that the mother's separate from him. The baby's in a state of fusion, symbiosis, undifferentiation, this participation mystique, not knowing that the mother's giving or supplying the needs for the baby. The mother's giving it like that. Baby sends a signal, mother picks it up, the mother sends it. Baby thinks he's a magician, he created it, he did it. So that's sort of one of the core messages of the Forbidden Planet film, that they use the idea that in the sky there's a planet, but it's all mechanical. It was made by some super advanced alien people called the Krell people, who were millions of years ahead of humans, and they created this planet whereby if you're on it and you think something, poof, there it is. So here's Mr. Morbius on the planet, trying to figure this thing out. He's sort of midway or partway through it, and he got to the point where he realized that if he had a conscious thought, it would materialize. But he didn't quite yet get to the place where if he had an unconscious wish or feeling or need or thought, it also would be materialized. So if he was unknowingly angry at someone or something, there'd be a monster on the planet attacking that people, and he didn't know, and no one knew where these monsters came from. The conclusion was monsters of the id. Id monsters. Okay, what's the id? In the film they called it the elementary basis of the unconscious, or the energy of the unconscious. Okay, so what's within was his anger. Now the baby's mind is pictorial and visual in the beginning. It's pre-verbal. So the anger is symbolized as a scary creature, like a monster, a guy with the horns, any kind of enraged entity. It can take any form, including the guy with the horns, or a monster, or alien, or any kind of entity that's enraged and it's threatening somehow. That's a picture of the anger. So those monsters we saw on the planet were symbols of his anger. Morbius's unconscious was linked to the planet, so the planet would function kind of as an extension of Morbius's. The man's name in the film was Mr. Morbius, the scientist kind of guy. So he had unconscious anger. The planet would materialize. That's the function of the planet, to materialize your thoughts and wishes. So everyone was confused. Why are these Tasmanian devil-like creatures running around on the planet? No one knew where they came from. They didn't appear to be like outsiders or something. No one got it, right? Finally, the conclusion was, it's materialized by the unconscious / planet, because as a picture of how he felt. He felt angry, so there was a monster as a symbol of his anger. So the anger's with him, so the monster's with him. Okay? When we say things like, oh, it's with him, devil's with him, that means the picture of your anger's with him. So anger's with him. That's sort of the point of the film. If you don't know that, and you don't want to know that, and you can't face that painful truth, then the tendency is to do what's called repression and projection. So if you deny it, that's called repression. But when something's repressed, you have this dynamic where you want to believe someone else possesses the traits of the image of your anger. You're doubly off because the picture of your anger is only a picture. And then you describe the traits of the picture onto someone else and describe them as possessing those traits and calling them dangerous. You're doubly way off, right? So in conclusion, most of the time when people say, oh, they're threatening, that means you're angry at your mother. You don't want to know it, you project it like that. You project the image of it because the baby thinks in pictures. That song in the background, I'm not sure how well it came through. It's our first time playing it, a song by the folk singer Farron. She's one of our musical voices on our soundtrack here. Normally we play 8 Life of Brooke, and this is a new one of hers called Our Purpose Here. What's our purpose here? So she was kind of musing and reflecting upon how does she find herself? Like, is it a relationship? Is it through expressing her autonomy? So she's kind of it's a song about ambivalence, a song about nostalgia, a song about questioning, that kind of thing. So she was reminiscing about a fellow, but they didn't get together, but like a what if kind of thing. Would that have made her complete? But she thought she had to find herself to be able to love. But do you need to get into a fantasy love to find yourself, or do you have to find yourself and then you can love? Like she had this kind of ambivalence called Our Purpose Here. Not a bad little song, I thought. I've got to compete with the restaurant's speakers just beside me here. Plus all the other noises around your construction and things. But to my surprise, at the moment, it's not too busy around here. During the week, mid-afternoons, if there's no event or special function or group or party, it's sometimes quietish here, so I like to come here. Usually I come here, it's booked or something, but at the moment it might be okay. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, also a new spot in the restaurant here. I usually do it by the swan play. I'll show you the swans later on. Anyways, if you didn't hear it, it was called, oh, there she is, yeah. Farron. That's a picture of her there, an earlier picture of her, Farron, from Canada. People refer to her as an indie folk queen. And totally independent. No major labels, totally independent. Some people compare her to Joni Mitchell and others. She once opened for Buffy St. Marie, I think. She's pretty good. She's got some great tunes. You know, Ain't Life of Brooke is a great song. That's really a fun song. Ain't Life of Brooke. And I think a crowd favorite of hers is Misty Mountain. And she's got a whole bunch like Cactus, Testimony, and we play one of her songs called It Won't Take Long. The revised one, she jazzed it up. The original was a little slowish, but when she updated that song, It Won't Take Long, that's quite a fun, upbeat kind of song. About encouragement, you know, about trust in yourself kind of thing. It won't take long to find yourself. Just stick with it kind of thing. Like, don't be afraid of your voice. You know, if you have a voice, you've been afraid of it. Oh, come on, you have a voice. You are unique. You were meant to have your voice. So it won't take long if you kind of think in positive terms. So, in other words, our attitude toward our trauma is a huge factor in whether we move towards healing or stay stuck with the trauma. It's our attitude to it. Yes, the trauma is extremely devastating, but what is our attitude going to be about this trauma? Just wallow in it and complain and be stuck there and poor me kind of thing? Or do we find some kind of attitude about what can we learn from it? How can we heal from it? What gifts might it ironically bring to us? What opportunities may be involved in this trauma? Try to find the healing path out of this trauma and the wisdom that comes from the pain like that. So you got your attitude towards trauma is kind of important. So I think that song of hers was a little bit like that. Okay, enough about Miss Farron, underappreciated singer. She currently lives like a hermit, she said, in the woods in a nice place apparently. Okay, anyways, we have an incredible soundtrack. A lot of the songs I play get copyrighted, so I can't play them. I've tried to play Ziana Zane recently. All of the Ziana Zane songs I've tried to play had to trim out due to copyright issue. So that's a pity because she's an incredible singer. We've got 17 songs of hers on her soundtrack. She's the #1 most prolific voice or supplier of songs on our soundtrack. Ziana Zane from Malaysia, incredible singer. Recently, I thought I could play that one about take responsibility for yourself, called Omni San. I forgot the name of it. I forgot how to pronounce it. It's all sung in Malaysian, but that one was also copyrighted. So all of her music, all of her songs are copyrighted. But a lot of people compare it to Whitney Houston. I never listened to Whitney Houston, but I personally find Ziana Zane way more richer and in depth and lyrically as well, and stylistically and emotionally, and just in a broader kind of. She's almost like an opera singer, like she's really an incredible singer. Okay, so let's backtrack here. So let's sort of begin here. So our attitude towards trauma. Why don't we start from there? So so what do you mean trauma? Are we traumatized? What does that mean? Well, there's two kinds of trauma. We're familiar with shock trauma, or like a sudden trauma, which directly leads to PTSD. So we're familiar with that kind of thing. But in the past few decades, there's now a recognition of what's called developmental trauma, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, ambient trauma, strain trauma, betrayal trauma, and so on. Meaning there's a constant strain in the relationship with the mother. Not one little interaction with the mother causes the child to be traumatized, but again and again and again, every minute after minute, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the mother does the same kind of gaslighting, double binding, shaming, rejecting, using, not seeing the baby as a person in their own right, maybe a thingifying the baby, objectifying the baby, using the baby to meet her unconscious needs, her doing this kind of thing again and again and again. It's a strain. So that's like the ambience, like the environment for the child, like this, or the relationship like this with the child, or interpersonal interaction with the child like this. This leads to also a traumatic condition for the child, although there's no specific one thing that she does. It's just the overall effect of a period of time where the child is microaggressed against again and again and again. So why would a mother be constantly misattuned, malattuned? Why would a mother never really understand the baby's signals and meet the baby's needs? The baby gets frustrated, he's angry, mother doesn't respond to the baby's anger. Now the baby's rebounding aggression goes inward. Now the baby's anger is going inward. So his LIVE reverses to EVIL. It's destructive inwardly. That can lead to psychosomatic symptom. Now the body's bearing the burden. Now it's kind of like he's attacking his body, almost thinking the body's the mother, because the anger towards the mother ends up with the fantasy that the baby wishes he can control the mother, devour the mother, possess the mother in an attempt to control the mother, to make the mother stable and respond properly. So he's kind of enraged when the mother doesn't understand the signals. What do you want, baby? I don't know what you want, baby. Baby's frustrated. This whole frustration of the interaction. Let's back up a sec here. Part of the reason why there's such a misattunement or misattrainment or lack of mirroring, a lack of a rhythm of safety, part of this factor. As usual, there'll be some interruptions to things being in a public place, but maybe I should go back to this. No, I'm glad I sat here because the kids are at the Swans. That's good. Okay. There's a Labrador. You know, women, one idea is that women can train their dogs, that when she's delivering the baby, tell the dog to attack the gynecologist if he's about to sever the cord, the placenta from the baby. Attack. Dog, charge, attack. Don't let the gynecologist or whoever remove the cord of the placenta, because that'll take away the attunement, the entrainment, the rhythm of safety, the communication, the continuity of the bliss. Babies need an extended bliss. Babies need an extended Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, Nirvana, whatever you want to call it. Some kind of blissful mother-infant dual unity, blissful oneness, participation mystique, oceanic feeling, oceanic bliss. One guy calls it oceanic ecstasy. Maybe that's over the top, I guess. But the baby's in a blissful, timeless feeling where he's floating around feeling extremely blissed out, and he has no kind of there's no interruptions in terms of what he needs. So in the uterus it's pretty clear. Okay, everything he needs gets sent down the center vein. The center vein sends down the oxygen, the food, the nutrients, whatever the baby needs gets sent down the center vein in the umbilical cord. Okay, now for the waste elimination, it goes up the other two veins, which spiral upwards towards the placenta, and the placenta processes it, cleanses it, clarifies it, metabolizes, does what it does, all cleared out kind of thing. Then the center vein sends down the goodness. And this is all like a rhythm of safety. Baby, cord, placenta, mother, mother, placenta, cord, baby, baby, cord, placenta, mother, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Our purpose here, name of today's song. So it's all very rhythmic like this. So his needs are automatically met. There's no interruption. There's no condition. Baby's needs are automatically met. The food he gets, right on time. The processing of what he's got to get rid of, right on time. It's all flows like this, right? Just a bit of trivia here. I think, according to Mott, Francis Mott, he thinks the symbol of the medical profession, the Medusa, what's it called again? The Seduceus symbol, the staff, and the two snakes spiraling up. Okay, that's from the umbilical cord. The staff sends down the goodness, and what gets sent up to the placenta. Again, you see the snakes taking up to the placenta. So that's considered like a very healing, kind of attuned, kind of a very healing kind of thing. It's nourishing and helping, and right. So the snakes are healers, in other words, right? You can think of it that way. And then the staff sends down what he needs, kind of thing. So this is a kind of a back and forth like this. So what he said was the medical profession adopted the veins in the umbilical cord and created a symbol. Okay, staff and the snakes to represent what's going on with the cord, and the three veins, the blood veins in the cord, because they think maybe they want to restore some kind of balance and harmony and flow back and forth. They think they want to facilitate this restoration of a proper interaction that's supposed to go on. So I think they regard that as the prototype of the core healing interaction or something. So I'm not fully sure about that, but it's that's just one sort of side point there. Okay, so in the uterus, it's usually pretty clear. Assuming there's no prenatal distress syndrome, assuming the baby's in a welcoming womb, assuming that he is in this blissful kind of condition, okay, that the uterus is a friendly place. If the uterus is not a friendly place, he may think, the prototype, he may think the universe is not a friendly place, because the stamp is there, the imprint is there, and he sees everything through that. So you don't want the child to think that the uterus is not a friendly place. He'll think the world's not, the universe is not a friendly place. So the baby needs a welcoming womb, that the uterus needs to be a friendly place, obviously, where he's relaxed and happy, and he can develop like that. He can keep his feelings, he can keep his sense of embodiment, he can keep his golden ball, he can keep his authentic self, his feeling self, his ontological self. He can be complete and whole. Hence the song, I want to find wholeness and completeness, she said, Farron said. How do I find that? You know, so we had it, we lost it, write songs, I want it back. So we had a completeness, a 360-degree wholeness and completeness, healing and wholeness. We had that kind of completeness, right? So that completeness is there in the uterus, of course, assuming the environment is friendly. Oh boy, these songs in the background, you might not hear too much, but they're a little triggering, right? All these old, this is Chris, you're hearing Christopher Cross in the background. That's his big hit called Sailing. Actually, we have one of Christopher Cross's songs on our soundtrack. It's the only cover he said that he did. Christopher Cross does an excellent cover of Nature's Way. He does one of the best covers of that song, Nature's Way, originally done by the band Spirit. The singer was Randy, a guy who called himself Randy California. That's a great song, Nature's Spirit. I think the environmental people sometimes use that in their environmental campaigns, Nature's Way. He does the best cover of that song, and he said that's the only cover he's ever done. The second best cover we also have on our soundtrack is done by Kenny Shields of Streetheart. Just before Kenny Shields passed away, he did a cover of Nature's Way to support that song, you know, because you know, it's like corporations don't like to be criticized. Oh, don't criticize me. We have the right to destroy the planet for a quick buck. I'm entitled to destroy the planet. It's mine, greed, mine, envy. I don't want to see goodness. Mother destroyed my goodness. I gotta destroy goodness. For me to feel safe with my mother, I gotta destroy goodness. I didn't get mother's love, so I'm greedy. Mother hated my goodness, so I'm envious, grendy. I have an entitled like this. I don't care about reality. I want to replay my battle with my mother, where I become her, and to have her, I got to get her love. How do I get her love? I got to mirror her. How do I mirror her? I got to hate goodness. So the planet will be good. I'll hate the goodness, take away the goodness. Okay, plus I need to get mother's love, so I'll symbolically be greedy and gobble up. While I'm gobbling up, I'm destroying, grendy, envy, destroy. So and in the pillaging and plundering mode, we're kind of, we're not making sense like this. Play Rick Emmett's song called Big Lie, where the wealthy say, oh, it's no problem, come on, don't complain about us destroying the planet for a quick buck. We're entitled. So entitlement is the baby is entitled to be loved. And the baby is entitled, but they didn't get that, so they feel entitled to grab and gobble. Now the envy part is, to have a mother, they gotta destroy goodness. To have a mother, because mother destroyed their goodness in a phenomenon known as identification with the aggressor, i.e. Faustian deal, Faustian bargain, Faustian pact. The baby does a drastic technique called identification with the aggressor. To have a mother, they gotta treat himself the way his mother treated him. But himself is repressed, so he oppresses. When there's repression, there's projection. So he's going to project his soul onto the planet, nice innocent planet soul, okay, wreck it because it was wrecked in him. See, mother, you wrecked me, I wrecked myself. I project myself on the planet, I destroy the planet to make me unaware that I destroy myself because you destroy me, and I made the deal with you. I'm going to mirror you. I'm going to mirror you, mother. Because the mother's like the wicked queen. The mother is like the wicked queen. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's it all about? Who's entitled? Who's the center? Who's center stage? Who's the fairest? Who's the greatest? Who's number one? All that stuff. So when a kid comes on a scene, the kid is supposed to be mirrored by the mother. But the mother cannot mirror the child because she's trapped in her mirror. The child says, oh my God, mother, what do you want? Mother says, I just want mirroring. Okay, I'll be you, and I'll treat myself the way you treated me. Does that help with the mirroring? So, ironically, people destroying the planet and all that, like that song. I mean the cover that Christopher Cross did of Nature's Way, like that song, Nature's Way, sort of talks about it. And Rick Emmett's song, Big Lie. Talks about we're not making sense. Kirsten Wilson adds the point that if you're very traumatized, you're not making sense anymore. If you don't have your embodiment, you don't have that connection with your beingness, you're not making sense. If you don't have your sense of self, you're not making sense anymore. And then people create rationalizations and bombastic slogans to say that it's a jungle, I'm entitled. So this demand that it's entitlement, because the person's identity is narcissism. In the beginning, the basic identity is called narcissism. When people pass in front of me, I don't want them to think I might be filming them. Hopefully they figured that out already. Problem is, if I sit the other way, you'll get them in the camera. But if I sit this way, you won't get people behind me in the camera. And if I sit that way, that's sort of the same thing. And if I sit that way, that's the same thing, right? And if I sit that way, this is the best spot where I can minimize getting people in the camera, for privacy and all that. But when they walk in front of the camera, they might think there's a privacy problem. Okay, I went on a huge sidebar here. I'm not gonna. What I've just touched on now is a 7.5-hour video about plundering the planet for a quick buck, called Global Pillage. We're from village to pillage and tolerant to prejudice. And we've been in this state for 6,000 years, according to Star Trek. Played the sad song of the loss of our completeness. The Requiem is the mourning song, the sad song of the loss of our completeness, the loss of our beingness, our sense of self, our home within, called embodiment. Okay, you have your beingness like that. So if a child's born and the child wants to be mirrored by the mother, this phrase mirroring is not only the idea that the child wants to see himself reflected in his mother's eyes, because the child will understand himself based on the relationship with the mother. So if the mother loves the child sees that, he feels loved, and he accepts himself, obviously, right? So that's part of the mirroring. It's also all the aspects of motherly activities to soothe the child, see the child, recognize the child, appreciate the child, have empathy for the child, understand the child, think about the child, consider for the child, delight for the child. You know, and the child wires this in, and he does that to himself. Thanks, Ma. Thanks for seeing me. I can see myself. Thanks, Ma. Thanks for being present to me. I can be present to myself. Thanks for soothing me when I was distressed. Now I can soothe myself, because the child wires in the interaction with the mother. The interpersonal is laid down according to the interpersonal. Okay? Interpersonal leads to intrapsychic. The relationship between the baby and the mother is interpersonal. The baby wires it all in, neural circuits by the interaction. So the baby needs like a normal relationship with the mother to wire in a normal model here, a normal prototype, which he can go on with himself, kind of thing. But if he wires in a very painful interaction, okay, during that time, he's going to wire in what's called defense mechanisms. He's going to create some kind of disturbed, desperate measures of the mind, wiring of the mind, mechanisms of the mind, maneuvers of the mind, to not make him aware of the pain, but he's got to accept the pain and think the pain is mother. Now he's got to think the pain with the mother is mother. Now he's got to libidinalize and think that the pain is mother. That's his attachment, that's his hope, that's his connection to mother. He can't be aware of this pain, but he's got to accept the pain because that's mother. Kind of like A equals B, B equals C, and A equals C. If I think the quickest way is to play Pat Benatar's song, Hellas for Children, when love and pain are the same. So if love is mother, but mother is pain, then love is pain, that kind of thing. A, B, C, that kind of thing. So he's got to accept this dilemma called psychic masochism, Bergler's term. He's got to libidinalize this guilt, pain, shame, dysfunction, hurt, traumatic bond, dysfunctional bond, where he's got to stay like this to have a connection. No baby can survive without some kind of connection to the mother. If the only connection to the mother is the pain with her, then he's got to do things in the mind to make him unaware of the pain, repress the pain, bury the pain. So the pain goes in the body, psychic pain. Now you get psychosomatic symptoms. And the anger around it also goes inward, psychosomatic symptoms. Okay, so some of the defense mechanisms are the core defense mechanism. Number one, the child thinks he's got to protect his soul somehow. He's got to somehow, some way or another, protect his soul. So what he does is flash frozen. He's going to freeze it up, put it in like a freezer kind of thing. So he's going to flash freeze his soul, put it in like in a stunned, suspended animation, and send it away. Okay. So Echo in the Narcissus myth goes into force and turns into a statue. So the soul is a statue, turns to stone, and it's in the forest. Or Snow White, the soul, beingness. So Snow White's a personification of beingness. So Snow White's in a coma, in a glass box, in the forest. Rapunzel, a little better off. She's alive with the golden hair and all that, but she's locked in a tower. Yep. The symbol for the beingness is the maiden king, princess. She morphs into a swan, flies away, and there she is over there in the pond. Last time I was here, I played Et Boule Parini by the French singer Zaz, and the swan started to drift away. The swan swam away when I played the song, and I just joked that the swan wants to hear Tchaikovsky. He doesn't understand French. So when I played the pop song, the swan turned around and swam away. Okay, I'll show it. Okay, when the guests leave, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you another time. It's in the previous videos. Not the last video. The one before I was done in this spot, yeah. Well, the last video wasn't one of my better ones, so I was kind of tired and all that, but okay. Okay, so where are we here? Okay, so we were talking about Nature's Way, the song Nature's Way. So Star Trek says 6,000 years ago, or some people say 10,000 years ago, we discovered farming and agriculture and all this, and our brain responded by interpreting this massive surplus food as like an extra boost of safety. Then you calm down more. When you're safe more, you get serotonin. Now we got the serotonin over and above the regular serotonin from mother's love. So we had a natural serotonin level based on a loving relationship with the mother. But then we got this boost. It's kind of like when someone wins the lottery, you know. So it's kind of like we won the lottery or something, and we got this extra serotonin. But that surplus serotonin made you extra safe, right? But that extra surplus serotonin dissipates because it's not from a homeostasis of neural wiring, right? It's a brain trick thing where you get something, you think you're safe, you get serotonin. Okay, that goes away quickly. So by comparison, when you felt the level of safety and then that serotonin goes away and you go back to your original safety, the tendency is, wait a minute, I'm less safe than I was before. I want to be more safe than I was before. So we're confused now. We were safe, but that was like a bonus. You don't need more safety. You got enough safety. Something like that. So we panicked. So then we went into this mode of, I want that serotonin again. Well, what do you do? Well, how'd you get? Well, you found land and all that. Well, grab more. Enter pillage. So now we start to plunder more land to get more food, to get the serotonin. That dissipates, give me more. It dissipates, give me more. So we entered into plunder and pillage mode, grabbing land like this to get the serotonin. Okay, now enter all these complications because we're already a village. We're already friendly to each other. One family, human family, earth family. We all have our feelings, so kind of normal kind of thing. But then 10,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago, whatever it is, a very disturbed, confused thing took place. It seems people got the idea, or some people got the idea, that if we're going to pillage, it's not natural, but we're in this like addiction. I want more or something. So how do you do that? Like how do you push people off their land and grab their land or something? It's kind of cruel to do such a thing. So then in correspondence, you got to create flying monkeys. You got to traumatize people. So for the first time ever, babies were removed from the mother. The cord, the placenta removed. Baby removed. He's traumatized, soul calcified. He's enraged. In that baby's brain, he thought he was enraged. The image of the rage is a monster guy. Okay. And then, so he's got to deny that. Revert to the time in the uterus where he's a little special God. Okay, so he's got to maintain some kind of narcissistic identity that he's entitled. It's all about him, mirror, mirror on the wall kind of thing. Okay, now that sets up what's called repetition compulsion. When the baby's traumatized, he's going to repeat. Now enter as above, so below. So the behavior outwardly is going to be a reflection of the inner state. So they created an inner state where the baby was traumatized. When there's trauma, we repeat in an attempt and fantasy to change the past, undo the past, get mother's love in the past, correct the past. But the present isn't the past, but that part of the brain does not know time, so all time is that time. So he's got this drive to reach out, but he's rejected. He crosses over identification with the aggressive. That sets up the dynamic of prejudice and the paranoid schizoid mode, and that enters into pillage. Because now he went from tolerant personality in the village mode to prejudiced personality in the plunder mode. Okay, now when the quote-unquote flying monkey is going to repeat his trauma. Now, by the way, you know, there's people behind it doing this. they're even more traumatized, where they become detached, schizoid, turtle, Iago types, where they don't have the confidence to do it, or they're strategic, get others to do it for them because they want to survive. They don't care about the flying monkeys. Okay, in The Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Queen doesn't care which flying monkey grabs Dorothy, kind of thing. So somebody on the behind the scenes decided to create a bunch of quote-unquote flying monkeys, okay? Very angry, traumatized people who unknowingly are going to repeat what happened to them. So create something that happens to them which they're going to repeat. And the repetition of their trauma is going to be the mechanism of pillaging and plundering. So the traumatized baby is going to think, gee, what happened here? I was betrayed. Mother wasn't there. His embodiment was gone. It felt like to him maybe that the mother, in imagination, was a robber baron, was a short seller, plundered him, pillaged him, took away his embodiment. Okay, earth opens up, the chasm in the earth. In the Greek myth, the earth opens up, his core gets pulled down. Where's my soul, kind of thing? It was taken away or something. So he thinks somebody or some outside of him or something, whatever, took away his soul. Let's just say his mother robbed him, was a robber baron, etc. Didn't care, felt entitled, and they gave him emotional poverty. So that's going to be the inner psychic template. This is the prototype of his memories. That something caused him to, something robbed him of his soul, didn't care, and the one that did it felt entitled, never apologized. He was left himself with emotional poverty, desperation, okay, shame, guilt, all that stuff. Debt. Okay, the guilt in German is debt. So he feels in debt to the mother, due to the mother. That's a key point there. So in the pillaging plunder, you want others to be guilty in debt, and that's, you maintain the cycling. So the cycling is, the original cycle was, baby came on the scene, okay, removed, baby thought, lost the soul, somebody out there took away my soul. Somebody robbed him. Somebody, quote-unquote, benefited from the loss of his soul. And that person got some kind of benefit or pleasure called Schadenfreude. They got some benefit somehow at his expense, kind of thing. What does the baby do? Out of desperation, he does the most desperate, saddest thing any baby can possibly do to survive. He makes the Faustian deal, the Faustian bargain, the Faustian pact, called identification with the aggressor. So in the repetition compulsion, he doesn't want to feel passive victim to this. All he's got is narcissism. The only way to have his narcissism, the only possible identity he can have is narcissism. He doesn't have, later on it's the beingness. He's way off from the beingness. He's still in narcissism. The only way to maintain his narcissism is he's got to be the active one to save some remnant, some crumb of narcissism. He'll say to himself, fine, I'll shame myself. At least I did it. I'm important. I'm omnipotent. I'm the active one. I'm not the passive victim. I'm important. I have agency. I do it. So he feels like a king and a god. I'm going to shame myself. I'm a king and I'm a god. I'm going to shame myself. Instead of just being the passive victim of mother shaming him, fine, I'll be her and I'll shame myself. That preserves my feeling that I did it. So that's he tries to salvage some crumb of his old original narcissism if he's going to shame himself. Now he sells a soul for this price. He sells his soul for this deal, for this Faustian deal, to have his only identity. He can't have no identity. The only identity he can have is narcissism, right? So the only way to get that is the Faustian deal. The Faustian deal, where he shames himself, gets mother's power, but at least he does it. Acts like the mother. A, he gets the feeling of narcissism because he's going to do it. He's got to sell his soul. B, it connects him to the mother because the baby has to have some connection to the mother. So he's going to become the mother. 3, if he becomes the mother, he has the hope that if he mirrors the mother, that maybe someday, one day, if he mirrors the mother will be pleased and turn around, invent a magical time machine, take them back to the past and provide the love. That part's not going to happen, obviously. So the child has some kind of hope like this. It's disturbed, it's perverse, it's sad, it's cruel, it's unbelievable. But the baby is a bit of a genius. It's tragic. That's a requiem for loss of our soul. Play the piano, like the sad song. He sold his soul like this. So now you got to include the compulsion to repeat. When there's trauma, we repeat. Now when he repeats, he plays the shaming mother who shames himself. So he gets some agency, some narcissism. I shame myself. He's going to do, mother, are you happy? You shame me, I shame myself. Are you happy, mother? I mirrored you. You shame me, I shame myself. Are you pleased? Do you feel seen? Does it work? He's going to be in this continuous loop of trying to mirror the mother, because the mother's trapped in the mirror. Remember the queen with mirror, mirror on the wall, mirror, mirror on the wall. She's stuck like that. She's never going to love the child. So mother, I'll help you to be number one and important. I'll just imitate you. You shame me, I'll shame myself, kind of thing. Not the most comfortable chairs here. Okay, since I started this, let's make sure I finish it, more or less. Okay, so now let's use the image of the 45 record. This is neurotic stuff, psychotic stuff, dysfunctional stuff, whatever you want to call it. Okay. This memory, this infinite loop, maybe cry for love, mother shamed him, mother robbed him. Okay, he's gonna cross over. Okay, this original cry for love is gonna be, it's like a neural wiring in the brain, like a neural circuit or something. It's some kind of memory. He cried for love, mother said no. A memory circuit, a neural memory circuit. In the part of the brain that doesn't know time, there's like a loop, infinite loop like this. Infinite because there's no time in that brain. It's forever, infinite loop. So there's an infinite loop like this in the brain. What the memory is, he cried for love, mother said no. He throws up the soul, of course. A pin goes on the collar, flat affect, numb. The soul flies away like the swan. The echo turns to stone. So he had a painful experience. He can't know himself. He has a drive to heal. He has a drive to get out of this. He wants the pin to be released and the firebird to come up so he can feel again and to be himself and express his unique self. He wants to be restored to regular completeness and wholeness. He doesn't want to be frozen like that and then be in this conflict with the mother all the time and disperse and transfer this conflict with the mother onto the world. And that's dysfunctional because it's not making sense, because the world isn't the nursery. But he's going to treat the world like it's the nursery. And that's why we're destroying the planet for a quick buck, because we're repeating the memory that mother destroyed us for a moment of pain relief or pleasure, or she tried to meet her needs somehow. Oh, it's great to get a breeze. Oh, this is a rare treat to get a breeze around here. Oh, okay, that's great. It's been sweltering for like 11 months here, and this past 1 month, sort of in the middle of this 1 month, nice weather time. Normally I could never sit out here. In the other 11 months of the year, there's no way I could sit out here. I'd be pouring in sweat all the time. That's why no one sits out here during those months. They're always indoors, and I'm in a I'm in a really kind of a unique spot here. This is an events place, like weddings and conferences and meetings and special functions and clubs and you name it. All kinds of events take place here. Usually it's booked, but on occasion, when it's not booked and it's in the afternoon, it's kind of quiet like this. Just a sprinkling of families and kids and things. Yeah, let's do the record, the 45 record, as a simile or a metaphor or a symbol or a picture or some way to talk about this infinite loop I'm trying to talk about here. So this infinite loop makes us neurotic, obviously, because we're gonna see all time in that past problem time. The past isn't the present, but that part of the brain doesn't care. That part of the brain is pretty powerful. It has the instinct to survive kind of thing. So we're not making sense because the present isn't the nursery, but that's why it's neurotic. So to transfer this mess to the present is neurotic, because the present isn't the past, and what you do in the present is symbolically try to think it's the past, thinking that the symbol can be real, but the symbol can't. Okay, so Neurosis is the petrification of the inner conflict that's repressed. So the conflict was the baby cried for love, mother squelched it. Okay? The need is still there, but the pain is there. Simple, basic, Pavlovian, classical conditioning. He doesn't want the pain, but the need is there. He doesn't want the pain, but the need is there. He's got to repeat it, but the pain is there. So he'll deny the pain and cry for love again, deny the pain. It's a mess like this. So this memory, this loop, imagine a 45 record. Okay? Imagine this loop pressed on the 45 vinyl plastic disc record. Side B is the same song as side A, or there are no grooves on side B. The point is just one song. He only has one tune in life. This cry for love. He was rejected. He cried for love, mother said no, ouch. He's got to repeat this some way, shape, or form, either benignly or in the perverse way where he flips it. So he's got this record. He carries it with him everywhere he goes. So imagine a guy carrying a 45 record all the time. Every time he sees a turntable, oh, there's a turntable, he runs to the turntable and plays his only tune. Okay? Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record, which he carries with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable, record player, Victrola, phonograph, record player, turntable. Okay? With never-ending fiery ardor, Bergler says. That's the compulsion to repeat. The fiery ardor, this hot passion where the baby's yearning and pleading, constant craving, mother, I need your love. This life force is object seeking. This compulsion to reach for mother, this passion, okay, with never-ending fiery love ardor. Mother, okay, he's going to spin off that tune. He's going to replay that tune and cry for love again. But this time, when he cries for love, okay, as just mentioned, he plays the rejecting mother side. He made the Faustian deal. He's going to play the mother and shame himself. See, mother, I'm mirroring you. I shame myself. I sell my soul. You sold my soul. I sell my soul. You rejected me. I reject myself. You shame me. I shame myself. Okay? So he's trying to mirror the mother, connect to the mother, be loyal to the mother. Dysfunction means being loyal to the mother. You can't handle the truth that mother did that to you, so you need a tie to her. Okay, shaming yourself maintains the tie to your mother. Okay, hurting yourself maintains the tie and the loyalty to the mother. Because you need a connection to her, you need her love to be yourself. You never got it. How do you be yourself if you have no memory of being loved to support you to do so? And you're hoping and hoping and hoping one day mother will provide the love. So you're waiting relentlessly, waiting, your whole life relentlessly. The only way out of this curse, by the way, is at midlife, when you piece together this puzzle and do what's called mourning and admit the truth, radical acceptance that there's no way mother could have loved the baby if she was trapped in the mirror. Accept this, engage in the mourning process, then the firebird comes, the phoenix comes. Okay, there's a lot of work in there. You got to free associate, dream interpretation, face unrelentless symbolic pursuits. You got to face false beliefs. You got to resolve either or thinking. You got to both and thinking. You got to get the Jane mind. You got to divide the seeds. There's sort of core tasks involved to kind of build the nest, build the Jane mind, the ark, you know, and to have like a whole self-holding, self-repairing, self-containing. And then when it's safe, your system gets back your feelings. As the firebird, the phoenix come up, the pin pops, and you feel real and alive. No longer like the velveteen rabbit. You can feel like a real rabbit. Would you rather feel like a velveteen rabbit, or would you rather feel like a real rabbit? Put it that way. Actually, they have a stone rabbit over there. Oh, there's people just beside it. Okay, never mind. They've got a nice marble stone rabbit here. So would you rather feel like a stone rabbit or like a real bunny rabbit hopping around, you know, sniffing around, bouncing around, playing with the children or whatever? Feeling alive, feeling real, feeling the warm hum of beingness and aliveness. Do you want to feel real and alive, or do you want to feel like a statue, like, you know? Okay, Again, Edmund Bergler. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record, which he carries with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable with never-ending fiery ardor, he runs to the turntable and plays his only tune. What's the tune? He recreates in the present the interaction of the past, hoping to change the past, undo the past, get a better result for the past, not knowing that the present is not the past. He doesn't care. He's got this compulsion to repeat the past. He doesn't care that the present is the present. He's just going to use the present in a blur, in a mirage, and replay the past. He's going to replay the past. Okay, so the present is called the presenting past. He presents the past to the present. So the present is still kind of like the past. Or due to the compulsion to repeat, the jargon is we're going to transfer the past to the present and then act out the thing called transference acting out. Now this is all neurotic, and neurosis means you're searching for symbolic needs, so it's also known as symbolic acting out. One second. They have these nice new red leaves here. Nice. I love these new. This is something new here. They got these nice red. I'm not sure what this is, but I love this reddish. Look at that. That's great, eh? Look at that, eh? Oh man, these are really nice. This red leaf. Okay, I'll show you the rabbit next time. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record. He carries it with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable with never-ending fiery ardor, he plays his only tune. Meaning in a new situation, he's going to do like a drama, like a reenactment. He's going to reenact. It's all symbolic, but that part of the brain doesn't care. That part of the brain thinks he's still in the past. That part of the brain that's driving you still thinks it's in the past because there's no time there. All time is that time. So in the present, it's just going to be like symbolic pursuit. It's just a reenactment. It's like an echo replay. It's not, it's not real or something. So people call it like a theater thing, or so he's going to replay the scene. Okay, when there's trauma, we repeat. That's it seems to be part of this drive for healing. Because when we repeat, it's meant for us to be conscious of the past. If we can be conscious of the past and feel the past, we can stop repeating. If we can remember and know the past, we don't need to repeat. If we don't remember, scarecrow has no brain. If we can't think it. Unthought known. It's known, but we can't think it. So we got to build that kind of brain by making inferences and interpreting ourselves, analyzing ourselves, shrinking ourselves, etc. Making inferences that what we're doing in the present is a reflection of our memory. Okay. The outer is a reflection of our inner state. Our behavior outwardly is a reflection of our inner state. The sociological, quote unquote, is a reflection of our inner psychology, like that. As above, so below. So we're meant to, we repeat. The positive intention of repeating is to try to remember. We're trying to remember. Some people say, well, I don't want to remember. Okay, then just repeat it. It's a both and. If you're repeating, yes, you're not remembering. But if you're repeating, you're actually at the same time, you are trying to remember. To the degree you finally get to remember, then you can stop repeating. So he's going to repeat the thing. Thinking he's still in the past. He's going to play that loop. But this time, okay, because of the fusion, he plays the shaming mother and shames himself. See, he rejects himself, hates himself, devalues himself, whatever. Thinks badly about himself the way the mother did that to him. He won't meet his needs, that kind of thing. Now this is very painful. Okay, the rage, the baby's rage of this is rebounding aggression inward. Okay, the image for this is a Twilight Zone episode entitled Howling Man. The guy with the horns is locked in the cell. Okay, so your rebounding rage, okay, at your mother, the baby's anger didn't reach the mother. The communication, mother, you didn't meet my needs, I'm angry. Mother didn't care. It went inward now. This rage of the mother bouncing in is destructive. L-I-V-E-D-I-R. So this, the image of your own rage of the mother is the guy with the horns. Okay, the guy with the cape and the horns and all that. Okay, so that's they call him the Lucifer, whatever name you want to give it. Satan, devil, Lucifer, dark angel, fallen angel, black angel, just some image that's scary and destructive. It's any entity that's destructive. Okay, that's a picture of your rage, and this energy is now destructive because it's just destroying you. It's destroying your organs, your body. It's going to lead to symptoms. It's attacking you, kind of thing. It's actually kind of in the mode where the baby wants to gobble the breast, devour the breast, possess the breast. It's destructive like that. He's just so in a blind rage to grab mother's comfort or something. And mother's trapped in the mirror. I can't do it, baby. Sorry. I got to make it all about me. I can't make it about you, baby. No, I got to make it about me. No, it's all about me. They're fighting like this. Okay, so the baby's rebounding rage at the mother is going in now. So it's attacking itself, kind of thing. That's why it's destructive. So the image for the energy, this quote-unquote daimoni energy, rebounding aggression towards yourself, the image or the spokesperson for this is the guy with the horns. Okay, in the episode, it was called Howling Man. The Howling Man was synonymous with fill in the blank, Bila by Amos Dioios or something, Ari Man or something, Satan, devil, okay, all those dramatic terms, right? Doesn't matter. Folklore has a term for this symbol for the destructive energy. It's our own energy that can't live. Then it goes destructive, right? If our own energy can't be for our beingness, so we can express ourselves and love and live and just be in the present and be normal and virtuous and ethical and express your uniqueness, the blue jay of happiness, live and love, like that, you can't do any of that stuff. Okay, then that very same old energy that was for that rebounds back on itself. The metaphor is the river, the water hits the bank and it goes back and it's rushing. And the water is always flowing, it just doesn't stay still. It just, like the river, the water is always rushing, right? The stream is always moving, kind of thing. So it's going to go back in on itself. Now, when it makes that crossover, when it turns around back in, that L-I-V-E flips back to E-V-I-L. Just reverse the letters. Just reverse the letters. Now it's considered destructive. Okay, harmful, evil, right? Harmful. It's not innate. It's not born for that. It's not part of it. It's just the byproduct of trauma, where the baby's it's all gone awry. Mother doesn't listen to the baby. She's misattuned. She's trapped in her mirror. She never mourned. She never got to a place where she could love the baby. The only way for the mother to feel safe is to shame the baby because she had been shamed. The poor baby is saying, "Stop shaming me, mother." So he's enraged at this. Goes nowhere, goes inward. Now it's destructive to the body, to the self. That leads to symptoms. That's when the Howling Man is in the cage in the castle. And in the Howling Man episode, the pattern was he's released, he put him back in. He's released, he put him back in, and so on. So when he's released, that's when he's destructive onto anything outside that could ultimately be seen as mother, and you're destructive because you don't care who your mother is. You got to blow off steam and get your anger at your mother and it goes out sideways. So your rage at the mother goes sideways and is destructive. So prejudice and scapegoating. This is the psychology for pillaging and plundering, by the way. That's the reason babies are traumatized, to create prejudice and scapegoating, to get the rebounding aggression out like that. I should try to calm down when I'm talking. I think I'm freaking out when I gotta remind myself to calm down when I'm talking. A bunch of people coming. All right. Let's let them pass by here. All right. Let's continue here. Okay, so we're talking about repetition compulsion, right? Paul Levy Russell, 2119, says trauma and repetition compulsion are basically synonymous. We repeat because we're trying to undo the past, correct the past. Come on, mother. What's wrong? Come on, mother. I need your love. I don't want to perish here. Come on. I need a connection with you. Oh, you're only going to give me a painful connection. Well, I'll pretend it's pleasurable, deny the pain of it all, but I don't want this state. I need a proper connection. I don't want this traumatic connection. I need a secure connection. I can't grow and be myself with this traumatic connection. So I'll take the traumatic connection and I'll just loop it around and around, hope it'll magically poof to a secure connection. Okay, so when he plays the record, when the person plays the 45 record, the interaction is, any new situation, right? New place, new relationship, new job, new work, any kind of emotional, significant interaction, he's going to regard himself the way his mother regarded him. So he feels important. I've got agency. Now, the process of doing this causes repression of his soul. Remember, he sells his soul goes underground. Pressed, pressed, pressed. The more you press the soul, okay, the more, okay, the pressing down, by the way, is the howling man in the cage, in the cell, in the Howling Man Twilight Zone episode, season 2, episode 5, I think. You see it like that. But when you press, it's going to be projected. That's when the door opens and the guy flies out. The poof, the smoke, and the ears and the cape, and he flies out, right? So that's your own rebounding aggression goes out sideways. So now you're gonna see well, first of all, you're gonna see your soul due to the repetition compulsion. First you got to set it up, right? So first you are the mother, and you got to replay the thing to set it up to be angry at your mother. So first your mother hurts you, then you're angry at her. So how do you replay that? So in the new situation, you find someone else, whoever you're dealing with, okay, who's ever important to you in the present or something, whatever important conversation you're having in the present or something, okay, you're gonna in your fantasy replay the thing. So the person you're dealing with, let's say, in your unconscious fantasy, you're gonna assign them in what's called evocation of a proxy. In your fantasy, the other person, the third, is going to be a proxy, stand in for, play the role of you back in the nursery, wanting love, needing love, vulnerable, innocent, trusting. So the other person is you, right? And you're going to see them crying for love the way you cried for love. Okay? You crossed over, and you're the mother who says no to you. So when you replay the thing, you get the proxy to cry for love on your behalf. Okay? You shame yourself. Yourself is repressed onto the proxy, so you reject the proxy to repress yourself. So you did it. The proxy cried for love because you cried for love. Now, at the same time, on another level, because there's no time in that brain, no place or no sense of place or time or station, cause effect, okay, whatever, there's no kind of normal logic there. So at the same time, on another level, when you're the angry mother shaming your soul, and your soul is projected onto the proxy, and you're rejecting the dark humor, black humor, sadistic humor, shaming humor, saying negative things about them, thinking about how bad they are, whatever, just rejecting them, devaluing them, okay, whatever it is in your dark humor, you're putting them cynical humor, sardonic humor, sarcastic humor, you're just rejecting them, shaming them, basically shaming them, right? Okay, so as you're shaming someone who's playing you, because you're the mother who shames yourself, you gotta have a mother. You got to try to save her. So you got to imitate her and mirror her, because that's what you believe the mother said to you. The mother said to you, baby, you want my love? You got to save me first. You got to mirror me first. Okay, I'll mirror you, mother. What do I do? Well, I'll shame you. You shame yourself. Okay, mother, I'll do that. So he shames himself, but the reality is it's too much. So the door opens, okay? So he's going to see a proxy of him. Believing the proxy is him, and he's the mother, he does both. He shames himself and shames the proxy. So it's doubly destructive. He shames his soul either way, inwardly and somebody playing him. Now, click. He's angry at the mother, so click, click. He flips it. The proxy he just shamed, he's now going to flip around and think the one he just shamed is the mother who hurt him, and he's angry at his mother. Now he's going to hate the one he just shamed. Okay, there's an old ancient line that says very traumatized people hate the ones they hurt. So the traumatized people hurt someone, then they hate them. You know, like that's perverse stuff, right? That's because the person basically thinks he's no good, mother's dangerous. So he thinks everybody's no good and dangerous. He never differentiates. He thinks everybody's him like that. He's not beyond that experience of being rejected by the mother, and mother's dangerous. So he thinks everybody's no good and dangerous. So it's a fusion of self and other, flips around, right? So when he plays the mother side, he shames himself, the self gets projected onto the other. The other cries for love, he shames himself, rejects the other. Then flip-flop, The other's going to play the mother. Now he plays himself and he hates the mother. Now he wants to control the other person. So now he's destructive because the baby's enraged at the mother, wants to gobble at the mother, to devour the mother. So he sets it up by shaming his soul, and then sees the one who's playing his soul as the mother who's hurting him. Then he plays himself angry at the one he just shamed. Okay. Now doing this represses. Every time he does this, he doesn't know the truth. He doesn't make the inference. If he doesn't make the inference and he doesn't want to remember, and you can't handle the truth, the famous clip, you can't handle the truth. If you can't handle that truth, okay, it's going to come around again. It's going to keep on being repeated until we remember. When we remember, with now knowing what we couldn't back then, and at least feel a little bit of what you couldn't have felt back then. If you can feel a little bit, you won't repeat it. If the mother could feel a little bit that she was shamed by her mother, she won't shame her baby. If she has no clue, she'll shame her baby because she doesn't remember. But if the mother can remember that she was hurt by her mother, she won't hurt her kid. But she'll hurt her kid because that's the compulsion to repeat. The kid is her, she's the mother. So she's trying to know and memory. We're trying to get memory, knowledge. We're trying to understand, make conscious, make the unconscious conscious. So repetition, compulsion, projective. It's trying to make us conscious. We're doing all this stuff. We're doing all this recreation to kind of make us conscious. We got to interpret it and make the inference. The unconscious is also known as the inferring mind, and we consciously got to make the inference. Okay, the unconscious is called the non-reporting brain. The non-reporting brain, it can't report it to us, so it does it by inferencing. So now it's called the inferring mind. We consciously got to make the inference, and we're going to get a report card from the. Behrman says, like when you wake up and you get a dream, that's like a report card. You got to read the report. Other people say it's a letter. You got to read the letter, make the unconscious conscious. So we're doing all this stuff to make us conscious of the trauma. If we're conscious of the trauma intellectually and emotionally, we don't repeat anymore. Because when you have your feelings, you're naturally ethical, moral, virtuous. All mothers will feelingly love their baby in a normal, basic kind of thing. Something's wrong for a mother to crush her baby's soul because that's what happened to her and she doesn't remember it. If she's meant to remember it, then she won't do it to correct it, kind of thing. Now this spot's working out okay so far. Not much of a backdrop. I tried to hang the bag, but I couldn't. Yeah, it might be nice to. Yeah, maybe I'll tape some paper on the back or something. Make some nice background decoration. Hopefully they won't mind. Yeah, that's a thought. Maybe I'll just tape some paper in the back. I'll look for some colorful kind of paper instead of just a regular. Oh, we got some green. Yeah, okay. That's green. Oh, I can turn around. Maybe do it like this. Oh, there's a cute bird, yeah. Now, the more we repress, the more we project. The sidebar here. When we project, we're meant to regard it as an attempt to know what's repressed. Projection is the means. Our system is trying to make us conscious. Projection is the means of bringing repressed material to your consciousness. Okay. So think about the word projection like that. Like the projection machine, you're the projectionist, the mechanism is within you, you're doing the thing. On the film, on the reel, that's your contents. So it's all you, right? But so you play the film reel and you see the contents on the screen. Well, that's for you to know it's within. Now you don't want to believe that. You say what you see on the screen belongs to someone else, and you make yourself believe that to deny it's within. Lachlan calls it a mirror. You put it in the mirror. Oh, see, it's not inside, it's in the mirror. Wait a minute, look in the mirror. The mirror telling us within. Oh, okay. Projection is difficult. 10,000 years ago, there's a proverb from the Nubian people. The camel doesn't see the hump on his back, right? The hump is behind him. He doesn't see it, kind of thing. But he can see the hump on the camel in front of him. So he can see other people's stuff, but he can't see his own stuff. Okay, similar to Aesop, the similar one. Everybody has two bags over their one shoulder, one behind and one in front. And in the bag behind contains all of the traits about themselves they don't want to admit, they don't want to know. And the bag in front includes all the traits they see in others. So they can see other people's stuff, but they can't see their own stuff. So it's those images kind of convey how difficult it is to kind of admit something about ourselves. It's easy to see it outwardly because it's projected, but it's projected to see that it's in the bag behind us, meaning on the unconscious. The bag behind is the unconscious. The hump behind is the unconscious, meaning like that. When it's the unconscious, we'll see it out like that. Confucius has a very good line. He says to his students, "Dear students, when I'm in a party of three, I always have two teachers. To the one I admire, I study from him. I learn from him. To the other, in whom I see traits that I don't like, I search for those traits in myself." So Confucius was also talking about projection. When you say negative things about others, the first thing is, identify, search for those traits in yourself first. Now, of course, not everything is projection, but most of the time, there's a lot of projection going on. So first, see if it's within first. And you got to be honest and have courage and bravery to admit this kind of thing. Robert Bly has a very good tape set called shadow work. So when it's behind you, it's like a shadow. The bag behind you, kind of like a shadow. Don't see it, dark, don't see it, but it's in the bag behind you. Robert Bly extends the Aesop metaphor, I think. He says, we all carry a long bag behind us. And we put so much of ourselves into this bag. Our golden ball, knowledge of the trauma, the gifts and treasure we were born with. Our budding beauty goes in the bag. Our emerging self goes in the bag. Our sense of embodiment goes in the bag. Our beingness goes in the bag. Okay, the gifts and the treasure. The blue jay of happiness, that goes in the bag. Like so much. Poor blue jay, hidden in the bag. Free the bird. Yeah, that's funny. There's a song called White Bird, right? He's in the cage. You gotta free him, otherwise he's suffocating like that. So you wanna express your. Shirley Temple says the bluebird of happiness is within. When you have your beingness, there's a pleasant feeling. The pleasant feeling of your beingness, she calls it the bluebird. This pleasant feeling. Or another version is when you express what's unique about you. The expression of your uniqueness, that expressing of it is the blue jay, the bluebird. People call it meaning, a path of heart, morality, ethics, virtues, etc. And there's a pleasant feeling called the bluebird. Hold on a second. It's getting busier. Okay, where are we here? Oh, I'm so glad I sat on this side this time. Okay, let's continue with projection. The more we project, the more we repress. The more we repress, the more we project. The more we project, the more we repress. This keeps going on. Now, if this keeps going on, that means there's more repression and there's more projection. In order to repress more, you got to project more. So to project more, you got to convince yourself that the thing about you that you don't want to know really belongs to the other. Now, you want to goad people, prod people, entice people, poke at people, so to speak, to display some sign that they possess the thing about you that you don't want to know. This jargon is called projective identification, whereby you project something about yourself that you don't want to know, say they have it, and then believe that their identity includes those things of yours that you projected. Now you believe in your mind that they are and possess the things that you gave them. Okay? That puts a kind of a push and a tug and a pull on those people to maybe show signs of that or something. They're induced into it, they're coaxed into it. You know, and at some point they may show some signs of it, and you go, aha, I knew it. Now you convinced yourself that you repressed it further. So when you repress it further, you believe further that they are the thing about you that you don't want to know. I.e., you're no good and your mother's dangerous. They're no good and they're dangerous. Okay? You're talking about yourself. Now, if this goes on, and you really now believe they are whatever, dangerous or something, okay, i.e., you're angry at your mother. Instead of saying you're angry at your mother, you say they're dangerous. So you can either be honest and have integrity and say, I'm angry with my mother, okay, or you can say they're dangerous. Take your pick, right? One has integrity, one leads to healing, one leads to wholeness, one leads to ethics, one leads to morality and virtue and love and a normal life and healing and wholeness and symptoms going away. Okay, and the other one leads to further pain, further projection, and further harm, and so on. So the indigenous people say, which do you feed? The self-healing or the projection? Which wolf do you feel? Which wolf do you feed? How does it go again? There are two wolves inside. The kid says, which one wins? Well, the one you feed. So what are you going to feed? You're going to feed owning your projections, that's the healing, the love one, or are you going to feed the denial one, the projection one, and like that. So the one that you feed. So Michael Jackson says you got to look within, look at the man in the mirror, look at the man in the mirror and start there, right? And all these songs about taking self-responsibility. Twilight Zone has a very good one. Go to the closing narration in the Twilight Zone episode entitled One Life Furnished in Emotional Poverty. That's also in there. And we have a few other songs sort of in that spirit about taking self-responsibility like that. Okay, so now if you feed the wrong wolf, so to speak, okay, and then you want to really believe your mother didn't hurt you, you can't know the truth. My mother hurt me? No way, don't say that. My mother's a goddess, my mother's an angel, she makes the best chicken, whatever. Okay, you say stuff like that. Because like a baby, the baby cannot handle the truth. The baby cannot know mother hurt him, that the mother was like the wicked queen. The baby can't admit that. So you're doing the same kind of thing. Okay, so to do the same kind of thing, now enters scapegoating. The fantasy that if you expel the other who possesses the things about you that you don't want to know, to repress it further, you project it further, the added element is, well, can they go away? Like a scapegoat. Put it on the goat and make the goat go away, and you think it's gonna disappear within you. Nonsense. Okay? That exercise just leads to further repression. Now when there's further repression, now there's further projection. Now if there's further projection, now you're fully into the prejudice mode, scapegoating mode, blaming mode, externalizing mode, where you're angry at the mother and you can't handle the truth. So if you can't handle the truth that your mother hurt you and your mother failed you, you can't handle the greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. The greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. I can't handle that. So let's pause here. Reality check here. Radical acceptance. If the mother's like the wicked queen, how can she love a baby? Just watch the Snow White film. Think that your mother was kind of like that wicked queen. How can you imagine her loving the kid when she's like that? Number one, she's narcissistic. She's all about her. She's filled with anger. Her rebounding aggression goes on to the kid. So when she handles the kid, she holds the kid tightly with her fingers. Okay, that's the laces image. It's too tight. She's like grabbing the kid. Yikes! So the kid has a nightmare, the laces or something. Okay, the comb, poison comb. Okay, so the comb is associated with the hair. Hair comes from your head, like your thoughts come out from your head, like hair, like thoughts come out, like hair comes out. Well, the mother is a poison comb. Her thoughts are toxic into the child. And the feeding, the poison apple, I'm currently going with the idea that the theory that the apple is the nipple. Okay, the white pulp in the apple, it's white like milk. So you got nipple and milk, right? So the apple, it's red and white like that. Okay, so it's a poison apple. So when the mother's feeding, she's got a lot of cortisol and stress and hate and anger, called cortisol, goes into the breast milk, and the child's feeding this toxic milk, poison apple milk. So how can we imagine the mother is loving the baby if the mother's in this mode? She's got this compulsion to hate the child because she doesn't remember that her mother hated her. The only way the mother to feel safe, the only way the mother can feel narcissistically safe in that tenuous identity of hers, that she can't lose it, dear life for her, is to hate the child. See, mother, you hated me, I hate the child. That's their only identity. They hate the child. So the child grows up. They got to have the radical acceptance. Okay, my mother was no way in any position to love a baby. You got to think of it in terms of that if the child is in that time, he's got to, it's as if, wouldn't it be nice if the child can say, gee, the chance of my mother loving me, it's like when pigs can fly. It's like when hell freezes over. You know, like some impossible thing. In ancient Nubian culture, the phrase was, gee, I guess my mother will love me when donkeys can climb the top of the palm tree and have a rest at the top of the palm tree. When's that going to happen? So you describe something impossible to compare how it's impossible for the mother to love the baby. I think this promotes radical acceptance, radical, deep acceptance that the mother was impaired. She was impaired. Big, bold letters, impaired. She doesn't have a beingness to love. The psychic structure needed for a woman to love her baby is she's got to have a self. She's got to have a person love. She doesn't have the person identity. She only has the delusion, narcissistic, dreamy like God thing that she's still in the uterus and it's all about her. You can't love like that if it's all about you. If it's all about you, you don't love. People with narcissism don't love, right? People with narcissism just use people as things, as symbolic breasts. You know, Lucy Holmes describes it as everyone's a symbolic breast. They siphon dry and throw them away kind of thing. They don't love if they're in this greedy, entitled place. So we got to reflect back in midlife. Gee, my mother was like that. Okay, I get it now. There's no way, no snowball's chance in hell my mother could have loved me if she was like that. You got to accept this radical acceptance, this radical truth or acceptance that you weren't loved. The greatest hurt of all. My mother didn't love me. Like, holy, you know what? Steve Behrman likes to say, that's quite a situation. But just add the letter H after the S, the first S. That's quite... So the situation is, at midlife, we got to now know what's going on. This is called self-reflection, okay? Introspection, okay? To be your own detective, psychological detective, emotional detective. Robert Bly says it's all you got to do is read psychology for 10 minutes a day, okay? And then pick out one quote. So roughly read 10 minutes a day. So we post on average 10 quotes. And sometimes there's only one, sometimes there's 30. Today there's what, 2, 4, only 5, right? Okay, there's only 5 today. A lighter load here. So on average there's 10. But see if you can find 1 out of 10 that, and use it as a prompt to free associate, a springboard or prompt. Use the quote that you like, that you picked as a to then free associate from. I.e., just freely say what comes to mind. I must have a very good reason for choosing this quote. There's something about it. Well, what is it? What's the most somethingness, somethingliness? What is the most curious thing about it? What does this quote remind me of? What does this quote suggest to me? What thoughts spring to mind when I read this quote? What thoughts spring to mind when I read this quote? What does it imply to me, suggest to me, remind me of? Just keep going like this. Now, when a feeling pops up, okay, whoa, that's very important. When a feeling comes up, either like a feeling, proper feeling, or a sensation which can lead to the feeling, say, I must have a very good reason for feeling or sensing this. Okay, so name it, whatever it is. If it's a sensation area, the limbic system area, stress response area, it's going to be fear, anger, anxiety, okay, that kind of stuff. Okay, it's going to be anger or fear or shame or disgust or ennui or bitter, some kind of harmful kind of thing through physiology called sensations, visual sensation. That's okay. Or the proper main feelings more in the embodied area, like the more vibrant area. So both are called affect. So whatever affect comes to you, validate. I must have a very good reason for feeling this or sensing this. You pick, then say, what's the hardest thing about this sensation? Or what's the hardest thing about this feeling? And just keep going and see what more comes to mind. And that's good enough, and you're good. These are gentle awakenings, quiet awakenings, 10 minutes a day, Robert Bly says. Now keep in mind, the heart and soul. So he says, read psychology every day for 10 minutes. Please forgive it for its jargon. Please just forgive it, he says. But at the same time, the heart and soul of psychology is the psychoanalytic. So when we say psychology, we really mean the psychoanalytic. The pop psychology or academic school stuff, most of it's trite, vague, erroneous. Okay, it's got to be, it's the soul of psychology, okay, is the analytic, meaning past, present links. How is the present some kind of reflection of the past? Once you do that, you're analytic. You're a shrink. You shrink yourself. Once you make the past-present link, okay, then you're in the analytic mode. You got a pattern in your life. You're doing the same thing over and over and over again. When did it begin in the past? And to see an example, catch yourself in a now, live, here and now example, engaging in an example of that repetition. You have the pattern, it began there, and that's why I'm doing this, what I'm doing now. So you gotta, one person said, if you're gonna talk about the past and you don't link it to the present, you're wallowing. It's not helpful. But if you're gonna talk about the past, can you find the link to how that's affecting you in the present? That's constructive. That's constructive, quote unquote, wallowing. That's constructive wallowing. In that case, you emphasize the allowing part in the word wallowing. W, small w, and then allowing. The rest of the letters are in capitals. Constructive allowing. You're allowing something. You're allowing truth and knowledge to come to you. Constructive allowing. Constructive wallowing. So if the wallowing with the capital W, okay, then you're just, and there's no present link, then you're just wallowing. That's not helpful. That's non-constructive or unconstructive wallowing. But once you link it to the present, now that very same thing is, you're allowing, it's in the present, it's constructive wallowing. Now that's Tina Gilbertson's approach in her book called Constructive Wallowing. A very good book by her. We featured her book a couple of years ago. Tina Gilbertson's book called Constructive Wallowing. But emphasis on the allowing part in the word wallowing. Or just put a dash between the first two letters. Okay, so all scapegoating means you're angry at your mother. Any kind of scapegoating, you're trying to repress your rage at the mother. You don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe it. To convey how difficult it is for a baby to know the truth, watch the Twilight Zone episode called Need to Know. They did a sort of parable of this, I believe. So it's about a farming community, and some truth was being whispered around. And when someone heard it, poof, they had to check themselves into the loony bin. They lost their mind. They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle the truth. They lost their mind, literally. They lost their mind. Only one guy could hold it, right? So that's code that the baby doesn't want to lose his mind. You know, it may be edgy, you know, you may get Asperger's or autism or you know, a learning disability, or disassociate too much, or daydream too much, or can't pay attention, or ADHD too much or something. It's edgy like that. So the baby is really pushed on the edge like that. So he doesn't want to go overboard like that. So to protect himself, he tries his best to, I don't want to know this truth. So if he can, he engages in psychic splitting. Am I enraged? I'm not enraged. Mother's enraged? No, I'm not enraged. Mother's not a monster. The monster is his rage. Same thing. If the baby's enraged, the mother's enraged, he thinks. If his rage is a monster, then the mother's rage is a bigger monster. Now the mother's a bigger monster. It's called projection. He can't know the truth that's with him. The baby can't know he's enraged at his mother, so he thinks the mother's a monster. Right? He projects it. So now he thinks the mother's a monster. He says to himself, well, how can I feed here? How can I survive and take in the powder stuff if this monster is trying to gobble me up? No, he's in gobbling oral mode. Right? So he's a little paranoid like that. That's why it's called the paranoid schizoid position. Splitting and projection like that. It's called the paranoid schizoid position by Melanie Klein. It's a real thing. So the baby says to himself, gee, if my mother's a monster, okay, what I'll do is here, I'll just put all of this knowledge, all of this feeling, all of this psychic energy, I'm going to bind it up and put it in a bin, psychic bin, compartmentalize it. I'm going to bury it deep, 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 deep in my body somewhere. I don't know. Let the body bear the burden. I don't know. And then hallucinate a goddess, a perfect, divinely beautiful, sweet goddess who's unconditional, reliable. Imagine the perfect good breast, the perfect good lovely mother. Okay, and then it's a delusion, but you tricked yourself to feel safe to take in the powder stuff. So while the baby's dealing with the witch mother in the bad feeding, rough handling, bad feeding, bad mood, not even holding the baby smoothly, maybe doing it in a wrong way or rough handling the baby or something, he thinks, no, that's not true. Mother's a goddess. Everything's all good. It's all good. It's all good. That's delusional. And Inside Out 2, Joy was called delusional stuff. The anxiety character, that's the other side, right? Always no good, never good enough, never good enough. See, when you heal the splits, that's what Disney film is about, Inside Out 2, healing the splits. It's not delusional joy, it's not forever, always no good, always wrong, guilty. Yeah, I can see how this place would be popular with families, because it allows the kids a chance to run around. There aren't too many parks, sort of. You gotta get on the SkyTrain for like an hour to get to a decent park kind of thing. There's one little city park I go to sometimes. It's just jam-packed, constant distractions. Nice little place and all that, but I've done some videos there. When I'm feeling a little energized, I'll go there. But if I'm feeling, I don't want to put up with all the every 10 minutes there's an interruption. But it's fun to go there. They got the very good coffee in that mall there. The best coffee I've found is near that little park in the mall there. My goodness. It's a bit of a treat. This coffee's okay. Yeah, better than average. The coffee here is better than average for sure. It's okay. Okay, enough about the food review. Coffee review. Yeah, it's nice to see the red leaves there. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Okay, so let's finish up this point about scapegoating. So this psychology is created inwardly in the child. To set it up to engage in pillage mode, you need prejudiced people who scapegoat. Because if the child felt emotional poverty, he's going to give others poverty as a reflection of his inner poverty. The outer poverty out there, the 80% of the people in poverty, that's a reflection of the immense emotional poverty of the 20%. Just use the 80-20 rule, just ballpark it, right? So someone explained it. If you're going to pillage and plunder a place, you need a pool of poorly paid workers, because the 80% of the poorly paid workers, they're going to hand over the stuff. Just like when we were a baby, we had to hand over our beingness to the mother, which she rejected or something. So we gave her our goodness and she hated us, and we gave her goodness. Because the more the baby rejects the baby, the more the baby splits and thinks she's amazing or something. Okay, so 6,000 or 10,000 years ago, babies were removed to give them the prejudiced mind. First time ever done. Now I got a bunch of quote-unquote flying monkeys for the behind-the-scenes Iagos. Okay, just think about the Iago is more, he's way more traumatized. He only cares about the envy part. Iago only cares about envy. See goodness destroyed. The flying monkeys have some kind of hope that if they grab, right, and please the Iago, they're greedy, and maybe Iago's the mother who reward them or something. They have some kind of perverse hope in doing this. So they have that idea. Iago behind the scenes doesn't bother with any kind. He's got filled with ennui. The ennui is unbelievable. The envy and the ennui is really very strong. They don't care about grabbing. Grabbing is just a tool to destroy. Okay, so you put it together. The envy and the greed, the union is grendy. The two of them are grendy. Okay, so greed is a tool to destroy. Envy only cares about the destructive part. They don't care about the bullies being greedy because they only see the destructive side of it all. They have no hope to get. They've given up any kind of hope that mother will love them. So they don't bother anymore. They got ennui, right? So they're rebounding. Aggression towards themselves. Can't go anymore. Someone said if there's a lot of stress like that, you know, maybe the blood goes inwardly. So maybe there's that kind of. Indigenous people say, you know, he's pale is more harmful like that. But Janov says that's because when there's trauma, the blood goes in. I never thought of that. And nothing to do with skin tone, by the way. I'll clarify. Okay, let me clarify this point about skin tone later on. It just came to me now. So let's clarify that a little bit later on. So Iago, a quick shortcut for this grendy issue is unhealthy 5 and unhealthy 8 on the Enneagram. Here's where the Enneagram is helpful. Look at the 5 and the 8. So the 5, the unhealthy 5 is Iago, detached, turtle, withdrawn. Okay, they want to see, they can't stand goodness. To feel safe, they gotta hate goodness. So they enlist the 8s, the bully types, as proxies or flying monkeys for them. And they're thrilled to do it because they feel important. So there's that line there. They're basically symbiotic, they're basically the same, quote unquote special, I don't know. The 5, 8, because the 8s under stress look like 5s. The 5s, when they feel confident, look more like 8s, you know. So 5s can sometimes become actually 8s if they feel super safe. But when the bullies are super stressed, they kind of go back to the 5 line. So there's like a line like that, 5 and 8 line. Question of degree on the spectrum of how much stress there is. Some people say it's more like a line thing. I kind of think it's still more of a point thing. It's kind of more, to a degree, yes, I get it, but it's, Iago's pretty consistent in his envy. He's consistent in his ennui, in his sarcasm, and his schadenfreude. He's pretty consistent in his entitlement and his cynicism. The bully's pretty consistent in his aggressive need to be seen, to be the center, to be the star, to be greedy, to gobble up. He's pretty consistent like that. So Iago uses the bully in a covert, sneaky way. The bully doesn't care. He just loves the chance to act out that way. The Iago is more sneaky and more calculated about it. You know, Iago just wants to see goodness destroyed. That's his only glee, his only pleasure, his only narcissism, his only hope, his only feeling of hope is to destroy goodness. The only feeling of hope of ever getting love from his mother is to destroy goodness. Mother, you destroyed my goodness. I'll destroy goodness. Maybe it'll please you and you'll love me in return. Very unconscious doing this, right? Now the bully's got a lot of pent-up rage going on. The body, huge musculature, huge tension. Okay, so the body can only hold so much, so they got to blow off steam on the side like that. Iago says, "Hey, go over there, plunder that place. They're no good. They're no good. That's my mother. Did you say they're no good? Oh, they're so excited. Oh, they're no good. They're my mother. I hate my mother. They're my mother. Other mother. You put a dash between the M and the O in the word mother. Just tell them, there's your mother. You say other, they think mother. Oh, there's your mother, my mother. I'm enraged at my mother. So they're destructive to wherever, outside. So Iago says to the bully, look, over there, those others, they're dangerous. They're no good. They're no good and dangerous. That's me and my mother. Flip it, okay? Shame them, hate them, angry at them. Now they want to gobble up and destroy. So that's the pillaging mode. They want to take the land. Iago behind the scenes, okay, wants to use their greed to destroy. It's about envy. A famous, it's funny, 2 years ago, a famous short seller went on camera. He's like in his final years, I think. He's near the end kind of thing. And maybe either he wanted to throw some kind of crumb for humanity. Maybe there was some kind of little teensy bit of conscience in him to be of help. And he said, look, people, you think we're destroying the planet for a quick buck out of greed. You think it's just greed. It's so simple. Don't be so simple-minded. It's not greed. It's not greed. Look, I've got trillions, he said, or billions, tens of billions, or hundreds of billions, whatever. I've got all the money, and I'm still doing it. Why am I doing it? I own 100,000. I own 100,000 this and that and this and that. I own 20 this and 100 Ferraris, or I don't know what it is. I own all these castles and islands and buildings. Why am I still doing it? I'm 100 plus years old. Why am I still doing it? You think it's greed? You think it's some kind of greedy compulsion? It's more deeper than that. It's deeper than that. Greed is just a tool to destroy. Envy is the true driver. Envy is what's really going on. Envy. Okay, of the seven, the envy is the only one that rejects goodness. All the other quote-unquote sins at least acknowledges some goodness. Like even greed acknowledges some possible goodness. If it's symbolic, mother. Could be mother. Well, mother's good. I need mother's goodness. If I gobble the land, if I steal, there's some partial link to goodness. Envy's the only one that says no goodness. I give up. No goodness. See it damaged. So this short seller a couple of years ago went on camera and said, "Look, people, look, I guess I'm going to be. I don't know when I'm going here. So let me throw you a crumb. It's about envy, people. Here's your hope. It's about envy. Stop thinking it's all about greed. Think in terms of envy, hatred of the good. It's about envy is the true driver." Now I have a question mark because sometimes people say things in what's called narcissistic giving. He'll only throw you a crumb to make himself look good and important. So if the result is to admire him and think how virtuous and how kind of him and how nice of him to help us, to tell us this secret, and wow, he's so great. He only said it to get that attention. That's called narcissistic giving. So he only said it for the agenda to be seen as important, wise, knowledgeable. People line up, pay money to listen to him speak, that kind of thing. So he only wants that kind of thing. He's still in narcissism. He still wants to be the center, all about him like that. So that crumb could be like a narcissistic, quote unquote narcissistic gift. It's not a real gift. It's just a trick to make you think he's amazing. Or maybe there is a both and quality. Maybe there is a bit of part of it where, well, people, I can't help but to be narcissistic. Why don't you at least take the idea that maybe envy is a contributing factor to why we're destroying the planet for a quick buck. Mother destroyed me for a moment of pleasure. Mother destroyed me in an attempt to please her mother. So think about envy and focus on envy. Now, when we say envy, we mean the harmful end of envy on the spectrum. We don't mean benign emulation. We don't mean like you admire something, I envy thou, I really wish I had that. We don't mean that kind of benign stuff called emulation envy or emulative envy, like the Spanish call it. We mean hatred of the good, and you don't want to see goodness, then you feel gleeful and schadenfreude. So envy and ennui and schadenfreude are together at the console in that case. If there's a Disney version of Inside Out 2, one version could easily be that. At the console, you could easily have a version of Inside Out 2 where at the console, ennui and envy run the console. Anxiety is going to be buried. In Inside Out 2, anxiety ran the console. Right? You could do another version where we'll repress the anxiety. So envy, ennui and envy could be there. Those two can be morphed into the Wicked Queen, even. You'll have some sadistic, gleeful, like evilish laugh kind of character called Schadenfreude behind the scenes, doing this evilish laugh kind of thing. Because he's laughing because the tension is released. All the tension is released. When he hurts others, he feels safe with his mother. He gets a release, of tension release. So laughter is when you get a release of tension. So if he's got too much tension, reunites with his mother by shaming somebody, haha, he feels safe in that moment. Some humor is very kind of, has that quality to it. If most people's humor is a lot of this like insult humor, that's not very. Maybe I'll take a little. Let me take a little. I want to finish this point. Let me just take a little musical break. I've got some juice in my bag here. Let's put the speaker back on. Should we play some more Pharaon? Okay, here's another song by the folk singer Pharaon. Ain't Life a Brook?
Watch you reading a book. I get to thinking our love's a polished stone. You give me a long, drawn look. I know pretty soon you're gonna leave our home, and of course I might. Especially when I'm thinking from my heart, but life don't clickety-clack down the straight line track. It come together and it come apart. You say you hope I'm not the kind to make you feel obliged to go, taking through your time with a pain. Look in your eyes, you give me the furniture, we'll divide the photographs. Go out to dinner one more time, have ourselves a bottle of wine and a couple of laughs. When first you left, I stayed so sad I wouldn't sleep. I know that love's a gift, I thought yours was mine, and something that I could keep. Now I realize time is not the only compromise. A bird in the hand could be an all-night stand between a blazing fire and a pocket of skies. And so I hope I'm not the kind to make you feel obliged to go, taking through your time with a pain. Look in your eyes, I covered the furniture, I framed the photographs. Went out to dinner one more time, had myself a bottle of wine and a couple of laughs. Just the other day, I got your letter in the mail. I'm happy for you, it's been so long. You've been wanting a cabin and a backwoods trail, and I think that's great. Me, I seem to find myself in school. It's all okay, I just wanna say I'm so relieved we didn't do it cruel, but ain't life a brook? Just when I get to feeling like a polished stone, I give me a long, drawn look. It's kind of a drag to find yourself alone, and sometimes I mind. Especially when I'm waiting on your heart, but life don't clickety-clack down a straight line track. It come together and it come apart. 'Cause I know you're not the kind to make me feel obliged to go, taking through my time with a pain. Look in my eyes, I sold the furniture, I put away the photographs. Went out to dinner one last time, had myself a bottle of wine and a couple of laughs. But wasn't it fine?
Ain't life a brook? So she thought she had a successful relationship. Things didn't pan out. Ain't life a brook? Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the transition from global village to global pillage. So, in order to pillage, somebody said you need to create poverty. The impoverished people are going to hand over the stuff. Well, how's that going to work? Well, you feel the 20%, or the most traumatized of the most traumatized of the most traumatized, okay, the top 20% of the most traumatized, they're going to feel the most guilt, okay, the most shame, pain, okay, for whatever reason. So, guilt means you didn't save the mother. You're guilty. Did you save the mother? The accusing finger, the memory. Did you save the mother? No. Guilty. Did you save the mother? Did you fix her? No. You're guilty. You failed. You didn't save the mother. You're guilty. No good. You're defective. No good. This kind of thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. So the person feels inwardly this immense sense of debt. Guilt and debt are the same word in the German language. So as above, so below. So the 20% tell the 80% arbitrarily, you're all in debt. That's the externalization and the reflection of their guilt. Okay, saying others are in debt, your guilt like that. Now, if you say they're in debt like that, that means the 80% feel a constant due. Okay, so they gotta pay, they gotta serve, give, hand over. Is this enough? Is this enough? Is this enough? Plundering, pillaging, so this debt, this infinite kind of thing, is by the 20% because they constantly feel unconscious guilt. So they don't want to know it. They don't want to believe that they failed their mother. They don't want to know that they feel defective and pain and psychic pain with the mother. They don't want to believe it. They can't know the truth. So they put others in debt. So the 20% put the 80% in debt. That's a reflection of their inner guilt. Guilt and debt are the same. The outer debt is a reflection of the inner guilt of the 20%, let's say. So now you're setting it up. Now you tell 80%, you all owe. You're guilty. That sets it up that they got to pay. Okay? Now you're in plundering mode. Now you're in pillaging mode. Okay? This act of plundering and pillaging, okay, the greed side of it all is doing this. The gobbling up greed. Okay? So now behind the scenes, the Iago is saying, good, gobble guys, go monkeys, go gobble up, eat Dorothy, gobble up Dorothy, gobble up. They don't care which flying monkeys do it, by the way. They just install monkeys and puppets and monkeys and puppets. Come on, gobble, gobble, gobble. Okay, the behind the scenes, they're drinking tea in a giddy kind of laugh. They feel really one up over the mother. They feel superior. They feel like kings and gods the way babies felt like kings and gods in utero. They don't have any personal identity. They don't have the existential feeling identity. You can see with their humor, you can see with their snickering bitterness and all that stuff, right? Okay, so what I forgot to say is embedded in this plundering is the idea that to motivate people to hand over the stuff in the idea that they're in debt, okay, you got to create poverty to reflect the inner poverty. So you give others poverty and you say they're in debt. That motivates people to not perish, because 30,000 children die a day of the starvation and poverty. That motivates the rest. Okay, we'll give it to you. We don't want to die. We'll give it to you. So you create so poverty is created to, number one, as a reflection of the inner poverty. Okay? The unconscious guilt is also a poverty. So the guilt and poverty are linked. So you give others poverty and say they're in debt. So now you create poverty to the point where the number cruncher said, well, if 30,000 children die a day, that'll motivate the rest to live in poverty, to hand over the stuff. What a cruel system, right? As cruel. So in other words, it's very cruel what the mother did. It's very cruel that the mother crushed the baby's soul like this. Very cruel what she did. So we do that outwardly as a reflection of the inner state. The outer is a reflection of the inner state. You want to heal the outer, you got to heal the inner. So interpret the outer as a reflection of the inner. That's a star kind of thing. Okay, so now you got a pool of poorly paid workers. 30,000 children die a day. The rest in poverty hand over the stuff. Okay, that's the gobbling part, the greed part. This insatiable greed to get. This greed part is linked to, on the bully side, the 8th side, where there's this unconscious hope for the fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. So the baby's oral needs turn into greed. When the needs are not met, it turns into symbolic greed. So the greed is symbolic of the unmet need. Greed is symbolic of the unmet need. So the unmet need is symbolically represented by the greed. Greed is symbolic of the unmet need. When needs are not met, you get symbolic stuff. Greed is symbolic of the need. But the greed cannot satisfy the original need that was needed back in the nursery. So it never works. And it's an infinite loop. So now you're greedy, greedy, greedy all the time. Gobbling, 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 destroying the planet, plundering the planet, short-selling the planet for a quick buck. Okay, just keep doing this. So that's the greed side of it all. For those in the mode of the flying monkey mode, of the less traumatized, of the most traumatized, okay, that's second tier traumatized. Now the most traumatized, even more traumatized behind the bully pattern is the stickering iagos, okay, who only wants to see things destroyed. So they allow greed to take place to see goodness destroyed, because greed does destroy. So this meets the. This is all of this is a reflection of the inner state. There's one of the gardeners there. Okay, where are we here? Life may be a brook, but today's a nice day. My goodness, yeah. I'm just, I got a comment on it. 11 months of heat, finally a few weeks of nice weather. Too bad, yeah. Construction is pretty much a given. That building, I don't know if you can see them, there's 3 guys working on a balcony there. Okay, let's see, where are we here? I gotta bring my own pillow or something. Jesus. They use these spongy kind of things here. Okay, I don't want to get a stiff back when I stand up. All right. Sarno says a lot of this back pain, it traces back to your original anger at the mother. The rebounding rage turn inwardly, and the musculature is holding that. So that's when the howling man is in the cage. Okay, so related to the plundering and pillaging, the child felt polluted. Remember the bad thoughts, the poison comb and the poison apple, the bad milk and the food. So you think badly outwardly about people and pollute the soil because you received toxic milk with the mother. Well, put all these chemicals in the soil around the world. That's a reflection of the inner state of the feeding. If we were fed with love, we wouldn't destroy the soil and the water and the air and all that. We're polluting as a reflection of the inner state of having been polluted. Somebody's just gonna pass in front of me here. Let's just wait a minute here. Let me play another song then. I'll pass by here. Hold on a second. I'll play a short one then. Hold on a second.
Shrinker man, put me straight if you can. Free me of my tics and twitches, disconnect my latent switches, Shrinker man. Shrinker man, wise me up if you can. Air my problems and excuse me, sympathize and unconfuse me, Shrinker man. I've been on one of those complex tours. I want you to make my problems yours. Now give me one of them cut-rate cures, Shrinker man. Shrinker man, set me right if you can. Align me, tune me, normalize me, clean me up and simonize me, Shrinker man. Shrinker man. Shrinker man. Shrinker
man. This is a parody song. Wouldn't it be nice to fix ourselves the way we take our car to a mechanic? It doesn't work like that. So we have to be conscious of ourselves. We can't just be passive like the way a mechanic fixes a car. She said, I've been on one of those complex tours. Complex tour. Unconscious guilt, Faust complex, mother complex, guilt complex, abandonment complex, basic fault complex, splitting complex, projective identification, paranoid schizoid mode, prejudice complex tour. So it's some kind of neurotic, dysfunctional thing of unresolved trauma, and it's repeating around and around and around. Okay, on left. Okay, let's go back. So the baby didn't get nourished, right? So we deprived the planet. We deprive the soil of nourishment. So the planet's going to be us. What happened to us? We were deprived of nutrients, mother sweetness. So we take away the sweetness away, the good stuff, the nutrients and the sweetness, even the flowers, the sweet smell of flowers. We take it all away. That's the reflection of what happened to us. Remember, repetition compulsion. When there's trauma, we repeat to know. If we know, we stop repeating, but we don't realize this. I mean, we're in the process, we're always in the ongoing process to make ourselves conscious. We've got to wise up, somebody said. We have a whole list of examples related to as above, so below. So we pollute the planet because we were shamed. Yeah. Give others poverty because we feel guilt. We feel emotionally impoverished. We give others debt because we feel guilt. We pollute because we were polluted. The ecology, the natural ecology of the attunement and the relationship was whacked. So things are whacked on the outside, disconnected and all that. The feelings were rejected for the child, so we reject other people's feelings. We play mocking song. You have feelings, get over, don't be a baby, get over, all these cliches and slogans. Don't feel, what's wrong with you, kind of thing. Okay. Our link song to this is that annoying song called Get Over It by that one band, yeah. Get over, your inner child, you're whiny, get over it. Maybe on the positive side, what he means is don't wallow non-constructively, get over that. If we can put a positive spin to what he means, maybe we can think in that term. Maybe that's what he thought when he, but he is a pretty dark character actually, so I think he really has a violent attitude in that song. So if we shame our feelings, we're just loyal to the mother who shamed our feelings. Mother said to the baby, stop crying, baby, get over it, baby. So somebody who says to others, get over it, that's you're trying to say that's what your mother said to you when you had a need. Yep, get over it, baby. I can't love you, get over it. Baby's crying. Accept it. Baby. Oh my God, what a mess. One sec.
Shrinker man, put me straight if you can. Free me of my tics and twitches, disconnect my latent switches, Shrinker man. Shrinker man, wise me up if you can. Air my problems and excuse me, sympathize and unconfuse me, Shrinker man. I've been on one of those complex tours. I want you to make my problems yours. Now give me one of them cut-rate cures, Shrinker man. Shrinker man, set me right if you can. Align me, tune me, normalize me, clean me up and simonize me, Shrinker man. Shrinker man. Shrinker man. Shrinker
A few other examples. So we mentioned mother plundered the baby's soul, so we plunder the planet. Okay. So there's a book. I haven't read this book. How the fill in the blank creates fill in the blank countries. So maybe we can paraphrase it. Okay, how the short sellers create pain, poverty, and misery around the world. Okay, that's a reflection that the mother gave the baby pain, poverty, and misery. Okay, that's a reflection of the inner state. Okay, I don't want to run through the list. You know, we got a list of 48 symptoms here. It's gonna take, it takes 7 hours to run through this. Each one takes almost like an hour to, oh my God. Baby turns to the mother after being robbed. Oh, wait a minute, that's, okay. Okay, so Fairbairn, one of our mentors, says, the more the mother's love is unavailable, the more the baby's gonna like turn to the mother. That doesn't make sense. Mother hurts the baby. That means the baby needs the mother even more because there's less love. He needs mother more, but mother's hurting him. He turns to her more. So the more the baby's hurt by the mother, the more the baby needs her. So how do you reflect that? How is that going to be a reflection of this inner state? Okay, enter the film called Insecurity, written as 2 words. As in, what line of work are you in? Somebody might say, well, I'm in retail or I'm in sales. Yeah, okay, likewise, I'm in security. So it's about 2 guys who were in the security business. I.e., they sold family home alarm systems. They lived in a small city, I guess, or medium. They lived in a city where everyone knew each other, like, for some reason. They all worked for the same company, town or something. I don't know what it is, but they all knew each other, kind of thing. So these 2 guys had a company to sell home security systems. But business was slow. So at nighttime, they put on their robber outfits and would rob their neighbors. The next morning, the victims would run to those very same guys with their masks removed. Help, help, please help, help. We were robbed last night. You guys help us. So these victims turn to the one who robbed them. They say, oh, of course, we got a special. Yes, we'll help you. Yes, we'll help you. Oh my God, yes, we'll help you. You're our family. You're our friend. So those victims turn to the robbers. The mother turns to the victimized baby turns to the mother after the mother robbed the baby. A little known film, not a well-known film. So this went on night after night. At night, they'd rob some neighbors, their friends, and those very same people would come to them. And this thing kept going on like this. So you could say they had a need to be needed, they had a need to be the center, they had a need to be fed, they had a need to be like to get supply. So that's like with the mother. That's the case of the mother. The mother needed narcissistic supply. The mother wanted to be fed. The mother wanted to be admired. So she hurt the baby and got those things. Yeah, those two guys in the film did those things to the village, to the town mates, and got that kind of thing. So that's one of them. We talked about the food one. Oh Jesus. Oh, the skin tone. Oh gee, do I have to do that one? I said I'd do it, right? Oh Jesus. The skin tone is just melanin, right? How much sun exposure a person gets. It's a trivial, cosmetic, superficial, biological variant. It doesn't change the fact that we're all Homo sapien traumacus. That's just, there's a chemical called melanin, they say, that affects the color of your hair, eyes, and skin tone. Doesn't change who you are. Doesn't make you a nasty person or a loving person because of the little chemical that affects the tone like that. So if the 20% do have more of a shade of beige tone of skin, and 80% seem to be more in the shade of brown tone of skin, nothing to do with the skin tone. It just coincides that maybe people with less sun were more traumatized in the way they were raised. It just coincided with the skin tone. Then later on, when those with the shade of beige tone of skin, there's no white or black by the way, when those with the shade of beige tone of skin see those with the shade of brown tone of skin, they think that's not their mother. Because they think mother's milk, white, they think white. They don't even recognize that a shade of beige is a shade of beige. They just say, I'm white. What are you talking about? You're a human being with a shade of beige tone of skin. What are you talking about? So they see someone with a shade of brown tone of skin, they think, well, we can't be one. Abandonment anxiety, separation anxiety. They can't be my mother. I hate them. So you think others can't be your mother, so you think you're being rejected by the other. So you think somebody with a shade of brown tone of skin is the other, who's your mother, M-N-O dash, and they're not your mother, they're the other, and they're your mother who rejected you. So they're the mother who you can't be one with, and the mother who rejected you. So then you hate the other for that. So the 20% commonly with the shade of beige tone of skin, nothing to do with the skin tone, just so happened that they were in a place where there was less sun. It was the way babies were raised that did that. I mean, you can easily flip the scenario. If babies were more traumatized near the equator, and if they were more traumatized, you could see them having more aggression and motivation on that end. So I don't think anything to do with skin tone. I think it's misleading to use this phrase white or black. You're promoting splitting psychology. Everybody is a human being with W-I-T-H, with a shade of beige tone of skin to a shade of brown tone of skin. Jane Elliott says, technically speaking, since you're talking about melanin, the same chemical, she says technically you can argue that a shade of beige is really a shade of brown. So we all have a shade of brown tone of skin. Now if somebody is traumatized, the blood might go in, so the shade of beige might look more palish, but it's still not white. So she would always hold up a sheet of paper, and that's white, right? She would say, compare this to my skin, people. That's white. Nobody has white skin, nobody has black skin. So Michael Jackson has a very good song, Heal the Man in the Mirror, but his other song, Black or White, promotes the imagery. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Well, you're promoting the imagery of either or. You got to get out of this either or mentality. It's a both and mentality. You're a human being with a shade of beige tone of skin or a shade of brown tone of skin. That's all it is. But the confusion is the most traumatized of the most traumatized of the most traumatized. They're going to have the most prejudice, the most scapegoating. Okay? And part of prejudice is if someone you think can't be the same as you, your mother, because you attribute the tone is different or something, then you think, my mother rejected me, I hate them. And the other means mother. Not only is she one with me, and I feel separation anxiety, I'm enraged, and mother didn't reject me. So that's part of the psychology of prejudice with the skin tone. So then the 20% have a slogan called Principle of Discovery. And it's been going, and it's still going on even today, which says, if we with the shaded beige tone of skin find something, it belongs to us. Principle of discovery. Very simple. If we discover something, and we're the ones with the shaded beige tone of skin, it's ours. Oh, one of the waiters. Okay, it's ours, right? So that's called the principle of discovery, or doctrine of discovery, or whatever, something discovery or something. It's just a superficial cliche to sound. You write it down, and then people shade of brown. Indigenous people say, "Stop hurting us here. Stop doing this to us." Well, it says on the piece of paper that there's a doctrine of discovery. If we with the shade of beige tone of skin find some land, it belongs to us. Oh, for Pete's sakes! Could you please stop? Oh, they're just checking out the thing here. Preparing for a barbecue or something. So I remember hearing some indigenous people saying to one of the short sellers, "Hey, short seller, you're plundering us all the time. You're giving us poverty. You're trying to take out our land all the time. Why do you feel so entitled to do this?" Well, we have a line. It says principle of discovery, that if we find something, it's us. Okay, for Pete's sake, that's a reflection of what happened to you when your mother had a baby. When your mother had you as a baby, she said, principle of discovery, you're mine, baby. Your soul is mine. I'm gonna rob you. It's mine. I'm entitled. I'm trapped in a mirror. I'm entitled. It's mine. Principle of discovery, baby. I'm entitled. Mirror, mirror on the wall. It's all about me. I'm entitled. So when the Queen says mirror, mirror on the wall, that's a translation of principle of discovery. Mother has a baby, you got to take care of me. You got to meet my needs, and I'm going to use you to meet my needs. My discovery, principle of discovery. So if that took place on babies who are the most traumatized of the most traumatized of the most traumatized, top 20%, and that just so happens to be in the place coincidentally where there's less sun, then they transfer as a convenience, as a shortcut, as a super convenience, that shade of beige. You associate the shade of beige with the most traumatized of the most traumatized, etc. You just link it like that. But it's not the cause of melanin. It's not the sun issue that causes people to be cruel or whatever. It's just over time, something about the body has a homeostasis, and it adjusts the amount of melanin in correspondence to how much sun you're exposed to balance it somehow. So in the hot places where there's sun, I don't know the science around why living in places where there's less sun causes people to lose the melanin, quote unquote, lose the tan. Right? I don't get that part, but I think it was explained once. Somebody did explain it at some point. I think as we speak, indigenous people are still to this very day, as I'm posting, could you please stop with this slogan, principle of discovery? No. You're my mother who I can't be one with, and you rejected me. That's the psychology needed to plunder, to destroy. Principle of discovery. Iago behind the scenes probably crafted that. Iago behind the scenes gave the flying monkeys, here we go, principle of discovery, just gobble. Make an excuse, gobble. If they don't have a shade of base on their skin, gobble. Iago probably gave them that little slogan. And I remember 2 years ago, an indigenous person said to one of those short sellers, "Could you please stop with this nonsense? You've been doing it for hundreds of years, and you're destroying the planet, and you destroyed our cultures. You murdered, on Turtle Island alone, they murdered 70 million indigenous people. Could you please stop this?" No, principle discovery, it's still in the books, it's still in the books. This hysterical, wild, fanatical, psychotic delusion that the only way to have a mother is to treat others badly the way they were treated. So we got to change the way babies are raised, i.e., number one, leave the cord and leave the placenta, leave the smells, leave the hormones, put some candles in the room or a heat lamp in the room, leave the skin, leave the smells, hand the baby to the bosom, let the baby latch on, start suckling, skin to skin. Leave the cord, leave the placenta. If somebody is about to remove the cord, okay, the mother in advance brings in the Doberman pinscher and trains the Doberman pinscher to charge at the guy. Because the guy doing this is saying, "No, in the name of pillage and plunder, we have to calcify your baby's soul. Okay, we have to turn your baby into a flying monkey. No, stop, you don't turn my baby into a flying monkey. Dog, go get him. Row, get the dog at him." And then the hubby can say, "All right, hubby, when the dog attacks him, okay, you gently hand the baby to me and leave the cord, leave the placenta, and you save the baby's soul. Protect the baby's soul." That's the sacred feminine, the sacred masculine, to save the baby's soul. The gynecologist is doing this because he doesn't remember that his soul was calcified. So he calcifies all these babies he's delivering because he doesn't remember the one time that his soul was calcified. So he's in there for that purpose, to create flying monkeys that go and plunder and pillage. Play the song by Buffy St. Marie, one of her songs. I really didn't plan on going down this path here. There's no place like home. Well, we had a home. Yeah, one guy jokes, "No place like home. The sound of being is home." Okay, no place like home. So when you get your beingness, you have your home. So we want to get back to the embodiment. So we lost our home, so we cause others to lose their home. So we rob other people of their homes because we were robbed of our inner home. So robbing people of their homes, their land like that, because we were robbed of our home. As above, so below. The outer behavior or sociological, economic behavior is the reflection of the psychological imprint. A stencil, like a stamp took place, a stamp. And that's how stubborn it is. It's a deep imprint, it's a neural brain imprint. The only way out of this circuit is the light of consciousness. You need a lantern, a lasso of truth, a fishing rod. You got to bring some of this up to consciousness. And then you got to mourn, identify. My mother was impaired. She couldn't love me. Feel it, know it, then you're good. Then you can feel embodied again, and now you're normal again, right? And then our behavior will be moral, ethical, and we'll be back to village mode. So the fact that we're all cousins. Technically, oh, look at that. Okay, I could go on. Jesus Christ, these are very triggering topics here. Okay, oh yeah, we played the song "Stolen Lamb," the live version, not the studio, the live version of "Stolen Land" by the folk singer Bruce Cockburn. We include that one there. We also played Bruce Cockburn's song "Call It," fill in the blank. About that. If you want a quick one song that summarizes the pillage and plunder system in just 3 or 4 minutes, in one song, if you want to capture in one song the essence of pillage and plunder, play the song "Call It," fill in the blank by Bruce Cockburn. It's ironic because he's an officer of the very thing he's complaining about. But anyways, that's to water down his message, to give him an award or something. You're an officer of the plunder system. And he described it in the song. Maybe that's why they gave it to him. I have a real ambivalence about that guy. Anyway. But But we have, I think, 4 songs on our soundtrack. The live version of Stolen Lamb, the one with the hand drum, just the vocal and the hand drum, that's it, on the live album. Okay, call it, fill in the blank, either version, studio or live. Another one called When It's Gone, It's Gone. It's an instrumental. The updated one, not the original one. The original one's okay, but the updated one, kind of like Pharaoh's song, it won't take long. The updated one is good. What, dun, 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 that one. And then the other one is just a fun song called The Coldest Night of the Year. I wish you were here. On the coldest night of the year, I wish you were here. The rest of it, I don't care. Okay, Jesus Christ. See, I need like a liter of guava juice if I'm gonna run through this to give me the energy for it. Okay, so, oh brother. The acronym TINA, gotta unpack that one. Okay, we gotta talk about translogic, a thing called translogic. More about rationalization. Okay, this phrase, the ugly, some fill in the blank, the ugly. Because we felt ugly, so we behave ugly. Because to reflect that we felt ugly with what happened, i.e. shame. So people might behave in a shame way because they felt shamed by the mother, so they become the shamer. The mother was shaming, so they become quote-unquote ugly behavior. That's the whole topic. Okay, we got into the spin doctor one. Jesus Christ. Okay, euphemisms. Where are we here? Okay, we have a song called Broken Spirit by Jenny Luzon, Indigenous people. The one about the controlled opposition. See, the mother controls the father. The father is supposed to protect the child from the abusive mother, but the mother controls the father. The child might turn to the father, but he's controlled opposition. So the idea of controlled opposition exists because the baby hoped the father would protect him or her from the abusive mother. Father, please protect me. You're the opposition, right? He's controlled. Mother controls it all. No hope. Loss of hope. So a lot of these environmental speakers are actually kind of controlled. They're just, you know, like family members of the plunder system with nothing to do. So they're very controlled like that. They're not really going to reveal the family secrets or something. So they just do some comedy or do some whining or something. It's all very controlled like that. Okay, we talk about the Karpman triangle. There's a quotation. It's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. Okay, so that's so the reason that exists in the world, because that's code for the baby can't get the milk, survive if he knows what's going on. Okay, so translate that. It's difficult for a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. Okay, the baby. It's difficult to get a baby to understand that his mother's hurting him if his feeding depends on not knowing and understanding that the mother's abusing him. Same thing. Okay, a lot of the bait and switch and double talk, that topic there. Gaslighting. Why people are so afraid to name something that's really going on. That one there. The baby's afraid. Yeah, okay, Schadenfreude is in here. inferiority complex. What else do we got? We mentioned the should and the gill. We played the song Diese Welt by Katja Epstein. Diese Welt. Our planet. Okay, let's just leave it there. So one good song is called Diese Welt by the singer Katja Epstein. Oh, I gotta check the battery. Hold on a second. 54%. Okay. I gotta close this before the 4-hour mark, I think. So Katja Epstein, the German singer, has a song called Diese Welt. She says basically, I think, our planet may just be this one little speck of dot, you know, pale blue dot, one little pale blue dot, one little speck of dust. But hey, come on, people, it's our speck of dust. Besides, all of the other specks of dust are so far away. It's our speck of dust. So what do we want for our children, she says? Do we want our children to come to nice places? Do we want them to go to the beach and play happily on the beach, like in the Gidget? Watch the show Gidget, 1965 comedy. Do we want our kids to, you know, have a clean beach and go surfing and swimming? Or the younger ones to play happily with the beach ball? Do we want that for our kids? Or do we want our kids to go to the beach and there's dead fish all over the place? Rotting, stinking tuna, and now seals are showing up dead. Whales are showing up dead. All kinds of fish are showing up dead. Is that what? Come on, what do we want, people? It's our world. Diese Welt. I think that was linked to the issue of the scientist who said this famous scientist wrote a massive book. I saw it on his website, university website. The conclusion of this massive thing he wrote, the final line from one of the top scientists in our day, I forgot his name. Treat the planet at least as well as you treat yourself. Okay, think of it this way, somebody said. We're 70% salt water, right? Well, the planet is kind of like 70% salt water. Each person is 70% salt water. And the salt water in the persons has a lot in common with the salt water on the planet. We're kind of like from this earth, you know? We're from this earth. Let's have some evolutionary gratitude. So treat the planet at least as well as you treat yourself. And we sometimes play Carl Sagan's clip, called the Carl Sagan's clip. Oh my God, I haven't played that in a long time. Yeah, let's play that next time. Now, one of the things he says, do you really think that all of these universes and Milky Ways and space and all this was created by whatever, a great spirit or some unknown energy or something, all this that's here, do you think it was done just for one shade of beige tone of skin? Really? You really think like that? There's something wrong with you. Like the way he said it, he says it in a practical, common sense kind of way. Come on, people. Melanin just dissipates according to how much sun you're exposed to. Some people lost a tan, somebody said. Doesn't change the fact that we're all Homo sapien Traumacus. Only one hominid grew the cortex, that was us. Homo botuensis became Homo sapien 200,000 years ago, according to the film Forbidden Planet, 200,000 years ago. And we were all the same one Homo sapien sapiens. But then roughly 6,000 years ago, according to Star Trek, we became a traumatized version of ourselves. So either laziness, I've just been saying Homo Traumacus, but I think technically it's Homo sapien Traumacus, right? Kirsten Wilson says Homo Shortcellicus. Other variations are Homo Neuroticus, Homo Psychopsychoticus, Homo short-selling the planet for a quick buckacus. What is it? Homo Anxiety-acus, Homo Dysfunctional-acus, Homo Traumacus. What is it? Homo Basic Faulticus, Homo abandonment syndromicus, homo abandonmenticus, homo abandonedicus. We're abandoned. The mother abandoned us. Came out of the uterus, cords removed, placentas removed, abandoned. Poof, mother, where are you? It was abandoned. Betrayal. Mother, after all we've been through, 9 months together, this intimacy between you and me, and I'm growing in your belly, I come out and poof, you abandon me after all we've been through? After all we've been through, you're going to abandon me at birth? So, in a simple way, I think the cord and the placenta, in the most simple way, it's like a bridge to the mother, among many other things. So if the bridge is removed, where's the mother? He lost his mother. You abandoned me. After all we've been through. So on that point, we played a song called After All by the band Delirium. Why don't we play that one here? So here's a song called After All. The acoustic version by the band Delirium. They have a guest singer for this one. The guest singer is Jail. Jail, who also sings our song called Constant Tourist when she was the lead singer for the band Lunik. So Jail, you'll hear Jail, J-A-E-L from Switzerland is the singer. And this one here, do we have it? Oh my goodness. Hold a sec. Do we even have it here? Well, why do songs disappear on my playlist? How does that happen? After all, should be here. Oh my goodness, you're kidding. Oh, here it is. Okay, we got it. All right, let's bring up the speaker. Let's take a little musical break here. Is it on already? Okay. So here's a song by the band Delirium.
She knows the voices in her mind. They tell her to leave. She's tired, smiling madly, until silence becomes very silently a noise in her mind. After all, she's got nothing inside, no good to give, no meaning to live. The mist engulfed tonight, everything will start. After all they shared, could he simply say no? After all they shared, he turned away from her to go. She said she wouldn't cry, that was really just a lie. She knows the noises in her mind. Nothing's left but scream and silence. After all, she feels numbness inside. The feeling's gone, she's upside down. The pictures behind her closed eyes. This time you went too far. After all they shared, could he simply say no? After all they shared, he turned away from her to go. She said she wouldn't cry, that was really just a lie. After all they shared, could he simply say After all, she's got nothing inside. No good to give, no meaning to live. The mist engulfed tonight. Everything will stop. After all they shared, I could simply say no. After all they shared, he turned away from her to go. She said she wouldn't cry, that was really just a lie. After all they shared, I could simply say no. After all they shared, he turned away from her to go. She said she wouldn't cry, that was really just a lie. After all they shared, could he simply say no?
Come on, mother, after all we've been through. Right? 9 months together, and suddenly you just abandon me? After all we've been through, you betrayed me? After all this? Come on, mother. She does it, or allows it to happen, because she doesn't remember it. That's what happened to her. If the mother can appreciate some feeling about this, she won't do this. She'll bring in the dog if necessary. Okay, we'll get to today's quotes, yeah, by Joyce McDougall here. Yesterday, the main quote from Miss McDougall was, the idea of Narcissus looking into the pool of water, seeing his reflection and thinking like he's stuck like that, like one like that, and a blissful feeling that everything is him. The mother's him, the uterus is all him, it's all about him, he's for him, he's center. He doesn't know about differentiation. He didn't reach the place of separation from the mother, him being himself as a person, and the mother's a person. This takes place if the mother treats the baby like a person. If you didn't get that, he's stuck in that archaic place where it's all about him. So while he's in the stage of narcissism, so there's two basic identities. The original narcissistic identity that we all begin with, and with love, that's dissipated, and we have a beingness identity from the authentic self. That's where gratitude, love, and affection, and the ability to make I statements, the ability to articulate what you did that you feel badly about, and you share that, you don't want to do that again. You can apologize, you can make amends, you can free associate, share, intimacy, because there's a me there to show so people can see, others can see. There's a positive feedback loop called creativity, spontaneity, and play. Okay, your beingness is there, gratitude's there, empathy, reparation is there. The virtues and morality are naturally there because the feelings are there. The ethics are naturally there with the feelings. So if you don't have that basic identity of the beingness, then you're back at that old archaic narcissistic place where it's all about you. So Narcissus looks at the pool of water, mirror, mirror on the wall, it's all about me. A similar idea. But the point she made was, since life forces object seeking, how does a baby get out of that? So we can put it this way. Narcissus is looking into the pool of water, waiting for his mother's face to appear, and he sees in mother's eyes a loving interpretation or view of him, which he sees through the eyes. Then he has a sense of self, then he can know himself, then he can leave the pool of water. Thanks, Mom, thanks for seeing me, I'll take it from here. He never got that, and he's waiting, stuck waiting like that. So narcissism is also about waiting to be seen reflected through mother's eyes. But mother's trapped in her mirror. She can't see the child because she wants everyone to see her. So the narcissist is stuck like that. I thought that was a key kind of point I discussed yesterday in my tired video. Not one of my better videos, but I've got a backlog. I've got a huge backlog of quotes here, so I want to kind of catch up. Why don't we just jump into these quotes? So let's continue here with Narcissus. Narcissus plays a more important role than Oedipus in the elucidation of certain of man's graver psychic ills. Psychic survival occupies a more fundamental place in the unconscious than the love triangle crisis, to the extent that for some people, suffering occasioned by the question of development takes on the appearance of a luxury. Narcissus, faced with the danger of losing sight of his reflection in the water, might choose instead to allow life to drain away from him rather than face the void within himself. Okay, sorry for the jargon. Robert Bly says, forgive psychology for its jargon. So myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychology, symbols for psychology. So the psychology of the Oedipus story, Jesus Christ. The problem with this issue is that in the beginning, it's a two-person psychology. Baby and a mother, two people. This is the thing we're dealing with. Okay? If there's a problem with the two-people psychology, if we term that pre-Oedipal psychology, two-person psychology, two-body psychology, mother-infant psychology, this two-people thing. If we use that term pre-Oedipal, you imply that the Oedipal implies that he got enough love with the mother and he can be on himself. Now, when he can be himself, he can express himself in the world. So there's the quote-unquote Oedipal, the third, the world. And the father is the bridge to the world. So he'll have that ability to express himself in the world from his identity, not still transferring the battle with the mother onto the world. It's still pre-Oedipal. It's still pre-Oedipal for most people. Greed, envy, and all that stuff is pre-Oedipal. The problem with this term is that it implies that there's a resolution of the pre-Oedipal, and what the real problem is, the father's not helping the child to learn about the world. Now maybe there are, so here's the debate. If the child is loved by the mother, some people say he can express his uniqueness in the world, doesn't necessarily need the father. It can be any kind of teachers or mentors or just libraries and things like that. Oh, hi there. One of the regular stops. Oh, the song in the background. Arnold Neville. That's a nice song. Arnold Neville in the background. I don't know if you can hear it. Warm your heart, huh? Louisiana. That's there's some good songs by Arnold Neville, right? He did a very nice, touching song with Linda Ronstadt, right? Those two. I don't know if I know the name of this song. If it's copyrighted, hopefully the camera's not gonna pick it up and it's copyrighted. Anytime if you hear if you notice a skip, something got trimmed, something was copyrighted. Something that's copyrighted, my phone picked it up, and then you have to trim it out. That happens a few times. Certainly does sound like him. Okay, enough about the Neville brothers. It's mainly him, right? Arnold, Aaron, not Aaron, double A, Aaron Neville. I remember that album of his about the flood in Louisiana. His big hit is oh my God! His big hit is Everybody Plays the Fool. Everybody plays the fool sometimes, so don't feel too badly. We all play the fool, meaning transfer stuff. You thought somebody in the present was going to invent a magical time machine and take the two of you back in the nursery and give you the love that you thought. Everybody plays the fool. That's a foolish thing to think. That somebody in the present is really your mother in the past who's going to finally love you. Everybody plays the fool. We have the unconscious hope for the fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. Love leads to madness. Everybody plays the fool. That's not real love. That's called transfer stuff. Real love, somebody said, begins at second sight. The first sight stuff, that's the foolish stuff, because the first sight stuff means the person in the present reminds you of the mother in the past, The person in the present has the same psychology like the mother in the past that flares up the wiring you had with the mother in the past. The wiring, included in the wiring, is the oneness. There's the blissful oneness. So this blissful feeling, wow, this oceanic feeling, you transfer that feeling to the person in the present, and you think you're the one. They had nothing to do with it. They just reminded you of a partner of that laid down the blissful wiring, but you forgot it as a child, so it got flared up. So you transfer the blissful feeling to the person in the present. Now you're spellbound, honeymoon phase and all that. And then you say to them, you're perfect. I love you. You're perfect. Now please change. Please invent the time machine. Take me back to the nursery. Be the good mother. Give me the proper experience. Come back in the time machine. Come back to the present. Morph into our present places, and then I'll see you for who you are, and you'll see me for who I am. Everybody plays the fool. Oh, there's the famous Mr. Stevie Wonder, right? Oh, that's the cover. That's the cover of it. That's not him, I've never played Aaron Neville. I don't think you've ever played it, huh? Actually, I saw him in concert once. Yeah, he was a very impressive character. Very calm. He's a cool cat. Very calm, cool cat. Did his routine. Just floated on. Calmly did his routine. Floated off. Very composed kind of character. No meds. I don't think. Well, at least I don't. Oh, maybe I don't. So Miss McDougall here is saying something very similar to Mr. Ballant. Mr. Ballant says, let's stop with this Oedipal, pre-Oedipal terminology. It's really about the basic fault, this basic primal issue between the baby and the mother. And that's the narcissism area. So the basic fault is the narcissism area, which she says here, narcissism plays a more important role than this so-called issue of can the child express himself after he's been loved by the mother. If he's been loved by the mother, chances are he'll be able to express himself. So there is no real quote-unquote Oedipal issue, meaning three-person issue, if he's loved by the mother. The confusion is, if the baby's not loved by the mother, he turns to the father. All the father can do is offer some encouragement, some protection, some guidance, but he cannot do what the mother should have done. There's the mess. There's the Oedipal triangle, eternal love triangle mess. The father can't do what the mother should have done. The mother's meant to provide an extended, social, interpersonal, uterus-like atmospheric intimacy as a continuation of the uterus life on the skin-to-skin, natural feeding, loving gaze, warm embrace for the first 4 to 5 months. And there's the continuities there with it, like that. If it's betrayed, it's gone. Cordon removed, chances are the mother can't reestablish the intimacy. The child throws up the soul, never trusts his mother. Mother's a stranger, mother's an alien. Mother's a monster and all this stuff. Put it to the father, same thing. It's not going to work. So it's really this issue of the two-body psychology or two-person psychology. Now, Ballant makes the point that if you use the word Oedipal issue, that implies the pre-Oedipal was resolved. That's the confusion. The Oedipal issue is still the pre-Oedipal issue, transferred to the quote Oedipal issue, thinking that the father can do what the mother should have done. So it's still the pre-Oedipal issue. So let's forget this terminology. So Miss McDougall says the same thing. Forget this terminology. Okay, the other theory on it is that maybe if the child is okay with the mother, okay, and he does have his psychological birth, then he gets to age 3 to 4, psychological birth, then he needs the father to maybe teach him stuff, how to play catch, show him the world, teach him how to drive or whatever, teach him things. Oh, not how to drive, huh? In the Gidget show, they did an episode about that. So the father can teach the kid things and let him have confidence in the world to face complications in the world. So that'd be the Oedipal kind of thing, the three-person psychology, where the father teaches the child how to function in the world, not do what the mother should have done, not create symbiosis. And that's the theme of the Gidget show. The father treated the daughter like a mother, and the daughter was kind of caught into this, where she was cooking for him, fixing his pipe for him, giving him his slippers, and giving him back rubs and all these things, and he would sit on her bed freely when he wants, like no boundaries like that. And the brother-in-law said, look, you're too symbiotic here, you gotta separate from each other. This is dangerous, this is psychological incest here, you gotta separate like this. So he was turning to her for this. And even Gidget herself at one point said, Father, back off. You can't use me as your mother. You can't make oneness with me. And so they had an episode about this. And then he turned around and scooped her back in. See, the magnetic pull of the symbiosis. So they had a kind of disturbed kind of thing like that. But in other times, he is a good father. In other times, because okay. So again, the narcissist story is just a metaphor of psychological, psychic issues. Okay, don't believe pop culture and the disturbed translation and the mocking translation of the disturbed translations. You got a mocking of the disturbed translation of the metaphor. The metaphor is, right, the metaphor is that the mother married the son married the mother, they got married. No, there's no physical outer marriage like that. That's nonsense. It means the child's sense of psychology and sense of mother psychology is kind of one like that. And just, well, so that's like the marriage. They got married like that. Okay. Now, if the mother doesn't want the child to separate because she likes this oneness, then she compels the oneness. So if you want to say it in the disturbed way, the mother wanted to marry the son. You can say it like that, in a way. But that would just be code for the mother didn't allow the child to separate from her, to connect with the father. There was no father around to help pull him out of that or something. So some theories say the father can help pull the kid out of the orbit with the mother. So that there's the Oedipal, where the father yanks the kid. All right, enough with the mother. Go to the wilderness with me. Hang out with me in the wilderness. Cut off this thing with the mother. Enough, you had it already. Time to be on your own like that. You can't live in the mother's orbit, in the mother's world like that. But many mothers say, no, he's mine. I want him in my orbit. I want him dysfunctional. I want to crush his soul. I want to crush his autonomy. I want him to serve me and be a servant to me and take care of me and do all these things for me and make me the important. I'm the center. I'm the queen. I'm the wicked queen. I need someone. Mother's rights. Mother's rights. So some mothers might do all this thing. Now, how's that gonna work? If the father yanks the kid out of this, the father can't be a good mother in turn. So now you got this whole mess where the father can only offer some guidance and hope, but he can't undo the trauma with the mother like that. So you got this real mess here. So the real issue is this primary narcissism called the basic fault. Now, the phrase basic fault doesn't mean there's an actual biological fault. He means it feels as if there's a fault. It's a feeling. It feels like there's a fault. If there's a core abandonment, it feels like some basic fault took place like that. What time is it? What's going on here? 4:08. A lot of tables and chairs are being moved around. Must be preparing for something. Maybe I'll leave before the night crowd comes in. I can go over to it's about a 15-minute walk, but I could go over to another spot. Luckily it's not too hot here. Or just keep going here. Okay, let's finish. Okay, so in other words, like in the episode of Star Trek, it was the core oneness issue. The 6,000-year-old man spent 6,000 years trying to build a perfect woman robot to be the perfect woman, to be the one with him. So he wanted the oneness he never got. Kirk came on the scene, saw the robot, just one look, spellbound, she's mine. In 1 second, in one split second, Kirk saw the robot, she's mine. Fusion, symbiosis, just one look, that's all it took. Just one look, oh, that's all it took. The 6,000-year-old man said, what are you talking about? I've been working on her and building her for 6,000 years. No, she's mine. And the two guys were fighting with each other. And the side comment was the eternal love triangle. Okay, what they should say is the eternal basic fault, the eternal abandonment, the eternal problem with the mother or something, the eternal issue of not getting mothers merging and symbiosis, the eternal constant craving, constant yearning, the Katie Lang song, constant craving, constant yearning, looking for the oneness. Where's the oneness? Where's the oneness? Where's the oneness? So Kirk saw, oh, here's my oneness. She's going to be one with me and understand me perfectly, be perfectly attuned. She'll read my mind, meet my needs even before I know what the needs are. We'll be playful. She'll give me space. She'll give me intimacy. We'll have fun. We'll be... That's the eternal issue for the past. Oh my goodness. Well, one guy has, how many? Oh my goodness. Can you see it? Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. One guy managed to move, let's see, what's that, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, maybe 16 chairs. One guy carried 16 chairs stacked up on his back. The other guy only carried about 10. Oh, that's what the thing with the barbecue. Oh, okay, there's going to be a barbecue here. I get it. I'm happy for these guys. I'm happy that they're thriving here. They're really thriving. They're really busy, these guys. Now, where are we here? Narcissus plays a more important role than Oedipus in the elucidation, in the clarification of certain of man's graver psychic ills. The graver psychic ills we're talking about here is the missing paradise, the missing oneness, the betrayal trauma, the abandonment syndrome, the abandonment complex, the abandonment depression anxiety, the persecutory anxiety. So that's the narcissistic issue. So he's stuck in the water, sees his reflection, Michelangelo painting, waiting, I can't leave. Mother, where are you? All about me. When is Mother going to appear and see me in a loving way? When is Mother going to appear and help me to know myself so I can be myself? Where are you, Mother? Where are you, Mother? In the meantime, it's all about him. He's in a blissful little thing like that in the uterus. Hence the idea of, oh, the water. Yeah, think about that. The water might be the uterus time, right? See, we begin life in the water world. So maybe the reflection of the pool of water is the regression to the safe time of the oneness in the uterus time, hence the pool of water idea. Just notice that. Because the most betrayal takes place at birth. So they go back to the uterus time, in their meaning blipping up the memory when they were safe in the uterus. Blipping up the memory in the mind of when they were safe in the uterus. So that's the water issue, the pool of water issue. Because most Most betrayal trauma takes place at birth trauma. So this idea of development, gratitude and making I statements, feel association, knowing what I really am and who I really am, and feeling my feeling real and alive, that's a luxury, he said. So he doesn't even look at that stuff. So this is when you hear people talk about trust is foolish and feelings and play. That's all foolish. That's for children. So they mock all that stuff. They think they can't consider it. So they drain away. They literally drain away. Right. It doesn't matter how they live physically in the world. We're talking about inwardly. They feel void within, empty within, drained away like that. So they're stuck spending their whole lives waiting. Okay, that's the next one here. What's the next one here? People who must constantly struggle to maintain their narcissistic homeostasis may do this in two different ways. They may keep a prudent distance from others, felt to be a threat to their equilibrium, or on the other hand, they may grasp onto others, displaying unquestionable need of the person chosen to reflect the image that is missing in their inner psychic world. Or the against one. So people will neurotically cling to others, that's moving towards others all the time. It's a compulsive clinging and cleaving. Some people just compulsively withdraw. That's the ivory tower one. You put a do not disturb sign on your door, leave me alone one. Or the reactive one, always against. So people move towards, away, against. Okay, Karen Horney's famous 3 prepositions. You don't want it to be rigidly exaggerated one. You want a healthy, simultaneous flow of all 3. Where you can make I statements, assert yourself. You're not against, you just make I statements. This happened, I felt this. This happened to remind me of the past. I share this intimacy. You're not against. You can withdraw, rest and relaxation to restore yourself. You can withdraw in times of needed rest. And you can move towards people to trust and love and play and move towards people. So you can move towards people, away, and make I statements, and you can do all 3. You can equally do all 3. Rather than in dysfunction where you're compulsively, rigidly stuck in a constraint of one of those 3. And it's exaggerated and it's harmful. Detached, okay, ivory tower, turtle stuff, detached. Egoism, ennui is all this attached stuff. The avoidant, you deactivate your attachment needs, they say. Or you're compulsively clinging, save everybody, fix everybody, help everybody, pleaser, all that. Or you're just constantly against. Oh, it might be for tomorrow, or maybe there's a wedding tomorrow or something. Okay, they're lining up all the chairs as if there's going to be a wedding here. And they got some extra staff here to help on it. Is there a wedding? Is there a wedding? Is there going to be a wedding? Is there going to be a wedding? Is there like a wedding or a party?
For tomorrow.
For tomorrow, yeah. Okay. No, it's for tomorrow, so we're okay. All right, I can stay here then. After all. Jeez, I really gotta bring some cushions when I come here. I always end up with some pains when I walk away. Okay, next one, that's number 2, right? So for more on this point, read Karen Horney's book called Our Inner Conflicts. Excellent book by Karen Horney. She's the one that started this idea, moving towards a way against. And she clarifies if there's a tendency to be stuck in one of those modes, that's code for trauma. How can one communicate with narcissists? So first of all, they don't make I statements. They can't tell the truth. So how do you communicate with them? Of course, they don't go to therapy. Why? Because they're infantile gods, busy being seen, coaxing others, fooling others, flim-flammery, duplicity, lying, tricking others, scaring others, translogic. Translogic is when you scare people and frighten people. They turn to you and think you're the authority. Replaying how the baby turned to the mother and thought the mother was amazing after the baby hurt her. Like a trauma, Stockholm kind of thing. How can one communicate with narcissists? The therapist who accepts this, so on the extremely rare occasion, somebody with narcissism does go to therapy, okay? The analyst who accepts this challenge must be prepared to leave his classical silence interspersed with judicious interpretation intended to further the analytic process, to put the client in better contact with himself, to enable him to listen to his instinctual desires and to become acquainted with his feelings of love and hate. But how can we expect narcissists to listen to the messages coming from his own unconscious? The analyst in these circumstances will serve no purpose if he allows himself to be reduced to the role of echo, as sometimes happens. Okay, so some shrinks have the troubled idea of Mr. Kohat, Mr. Spotsnicks, and others, where they actually step in. Your mother didn't mirror you? I'm a great therapist. I'll mirror you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that's a madness. That's a folie de madness. To actually act like you're in the nursery, where the shrink says, "Oh, you say this? Yes, I'll join you. I agree with you. You're right. Yes, yes." They always mirror. Yes, and oh, yes, yeah, I agree with you. Yes, and they always do this kind of like, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. They're mirror. This. You can't do that. You got to make a person aware that they didn't get that. Don't step into it, make them blindly think they can still try to get it. Make them aware that they didn't get it. So don't, in other words, don't do what the Kohat thing and the Spotsnitz, Mr. what's his name? Lucy Holmes, yeah, she's a follower of that. Masterson, most 99.9% of the shrinks say, no, don't be the person's mother. You can't do that kind of stuff. You can't mirror the person. You can't mirror the person. It might feel good for the moment, you know, someone agrees with you or something, but it doesn't heal you. It doesn't give you psychic structure. It doesn't give you development, you know. It's addictive. It might even be addictive. You might even get like addicted to it or something. The analyst must invent some other mode of intervention. Okay, so the analyst has to find something else. Okay, enter Masterson. He does a thing called mirroring interpretation of narcissistic vulnerability. It's so painful for you to focus on yourself. So what you do to soothe yourself is to focus on fill in the blank. What do they have to do with it? Okay, so you mirror his narcissist. So you make him feel important that he does it. You do this. It's so the people with narcissism can't focus on themselves. They can't tell you the truth. They can't tell you a real feeling. They've only got the bitterness of the narcissistic mode, right? They don't trust or love or have empathy. It's all missing. So they're always blaming. What's wrong with my wife? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with the world? What's wrong with this system? Okay, they always do it's so painful for you to focus on yourself. So what you do to soothe yourself is to blame the short sellers. Oh, that's not a good example. See, that's tricky because there is a lot of truth. There is a lot of sociological causation here. But let's keep it on the personal level. Let's try again. So the narcissist is complaining about something. and you want him to talk about himself, to free associate about himself. It's so let's say he's complaining about somebody at work or something. Tell me about you. Well, I'll tell you about me. That guy didn't respect me. And go on about how does that link to your identity? Well, he's a you know what. I notice you have labels for other people. Yeah, well, it's true, man. I know I'm right. He's wrong. Okay, and this goes on for a while. Then the shrink might come around, finally says, it's so painful for you to focus on yourself. So what you do to soothe yourself is to criticize your colleague. Do you notice that? Now, the way I'm saying it here, it might not be right. It's in the books. I'm not a shrink. I don't think I can do it justice. It's an art. It's a skill. It's a sensitive skill, like weaving or something. It's a delicate verbal skill to be able to time it right, say it right, have the connection like that. But the exercise is called mirroring interpretation of narcissistic vulnerability. It's so painful for you to focus on yourself. And what you do to make yourself feel better is to blame me. You're blaming me now. What do I have to do with your trauma in the nursery? I wasn't there. What do I got to do with it? You got to find a way to get him to talk about himself. He can't do it. He'll attack you the moment he tries to do it. So he's got a lot of rebounding rage against the mother. So he's always looking for ways to cloak and make excuses and flim-flammering duplicity to convince himself he's right, that you're wrong, and he's a little infantile god. So they don't take feedback. Feedback is the impinging mother, rage, right? They can't take feedback because they interpret feedback as the engulfing, demanding, smothering, engulfing mother, unknowingly. So they don't want feedback. They don't want the truth. They can't do healing. They can't free associate. They can't make an I statement. All they want is to play mirror, mirror on the wall. I'm a little god. Make it all about me. And if a therapist doesn't do that, oh, you're useless. What do I need you for? So the narcissist might pay someone to mirror them and idealize. Okay, that's okay. But the moment he slips up, you're gone. Next, he does that kind of. He's too addicted to. Her point here is, people with narcissism almost never go into therapy. Masterson offers one approach to dealing with those with narcissism. It's explained in his books. But to actually do what he wants, mirror him, be his mother, say how amazing he is, you're right, you're always right, you're the center, you're the star, you're amazing, oh, you're a little god, I worship you, oh wow. Okay, that's nonsense. The mother can do that up until 18 months, but that was missing. That's what he's still looking for. And you fill in for that, he'll be enraged. You cannot do symbolically in the present what should have taken place in the past. Therapy means you gotta build your mind to be aware of the problem in the past, to mourn what happened, not still try to do it, not still try to be there and do it. Whatever course the therapist chooses, he's bound to make mistakes, and these will be less lightly pardoned by these clients than by a client who has created a quote-unquote normal working therapy alliance. So a normal relationship, they say, is that the two of them agree to work together to be conscious of his problem. So the two are going to be detectives. I like the closing comment in the comic Psychoanalysis. Go to the comic called Psychoanalysis. The guy Mark was a violent, typical toxic masculine character, right? Bullying kind of guy, narcissistic guy, womanizer and all this. At the conclusion of it all, the shrink made him aware of transference. And he came around and said, oh, I see. I'm acting towards you like you're my mother. Oh, and then now I'm acting towards you like you're my father. He said, yes, this is called transference. Oh, I see. Okay, now they have a cooperative, equal kind of shared understanding or something. So they're going to work together to help him with this transference. And he's aware that he's transferring. The analyst must be prepared to assume the non-existence so feared by his client, while identifying with the others' need to fend off the analyst as dangerous and intrusive. Okay, so if the client's narcissist, the other person is the dangerous, intrusive, demanding, clinging, demanding, possessive, wicked queen mother. So he's got to be prepared for that. So that's why he's going to bark back so easily if he has any kind of hint. See, he's going to project the mother onto everybody and hate everybody kind of thing. That's why he's so cynical and sarcastic towards everybody, right? He hates everybody. Okay, so narcissism, yeah, okay. So this is a Joyce McDougall, right? Okay, next one here. A breakdown in object relations due to the attempt to make the external object behave like a symbolic one and thus repair a psychic gap. Okay, so you can't turn somebody in the present to be your mother's breast in the nursery to repair your basic fault, which she calls a psychic gap. Okay, that's the chasm seen in Inside Out 2, the sarcasm, the earth. The earth opens up, there's a chasm there, that's called a psychic gap, where the beingness should be. And you want that repaired by having somebody in the present be the mother in the past. You can't do it. But narcissism is afraid of falling in this gap. So they want it, but they fear it. It can't be done, they fear it. The object or situation will then be sought addictively. Okay, so if they are searching for symbolic breasts, it's going to become an addiction. Basically, all addictions, alcoholism, bulimia, okay, emotional eating, drinking, okay, pills, whatever, are attempts to make an external agent do duty for a missing symbolic dimension. Okay, that's a pretty good one, yeah. So when there's trauma, we have to hope for the fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. What's the old unfulfilled need? The symbiotic phase, the mother-infant dual unity phase. So when that need is not met, we enter into what's called symbolic needs. When real needs are not met, we then look for symbolic mother. It's going to be addictive, because when you get a blip of it, you feel good, you want it again. And you keep doing this, hoping that one day it'll translate to actually being loved by your mother in the past. But no symbol of mother can do that. John puts it this way, that loop we talked about, that infinite loop that's spiraling around. When the cortex comes on later on, post age 3, that loop goes to the cortex. The cortex is going to be driven this loop. The survival brain says, hey cortex, here you go. Come on, go. Make the person survive. So the person has this loop but doesn't know it exists. But it's telling him to search for mother, the missing breast. What's he going to do? There is no mother in the past. There is no nursery in the past. But he's being driven to reach out for a mother in the past. So he deludes a thing and finds some mirage of it called a bottle of wine or something, or a pint of ice cream, or some money, or some material, or some winnings, or some things you buy. So now he'll become a shopaholic. Now the pain of it all, he can tranquilize the pain, anesthetize the pain with the cigarettes. And the cigarettes might be symbolic nipple, sometimes. And it numbs the pain. So you search for the mother, the nipple, and you're soothing the pain of getting it. So you try to get the mother, the cigarette pains you, and it numbs the pain with the nicotine. But you searched for the nipple. Janoff thinks that the nipple of the cigarette reminds the person of the thumb-sucking And the thumb sucking was done by the child because the nipple wasn't there. So the child turned to himself to soothe himself, to stand there for the missing nipple. Because that's also symbolic acting out. So the cigarette smoking is a symbolic acting out of the previous symbolic acting out for the original unmet needs. So once again, when the real needs are not met, we're left with symbolic needs. Okay, that's called neurotic needs or defensive needs, and it's going to be addictive because you get a blip of good feeling when you trick your brain to blip up the fantasies. The long ago, once upon a time, you were safe in the uterus and you felt like a god. And when you felt that way, you got serotonin. Now when it goes away, you feel stress. You want the serotonin. Where's the serotonin? I feel stressed. Oh, we'll do it again. Take another cigarette. Blip up the fantasies again. Okay, for more on this point, Ullman and Paul's book called Narcissus in Wonderland. Narcissus in Wonderland. Ullman and Paul's book. They call symbolic acting out the pursuit of ersatz self-objects, or addictive trigger mechanisms, ATMs, addictive trigger mechanisms. But no matter how much you symbolically act out, okay, like for example, the food might be the concentrated sugar tells the mammalian part of the brain that the person is safe. Oh, you're safe, serotonin. That's going to go away quickly. But you were looking for the safety of being loved by your mother. So you tried to get the serotonin that you should have received when you were loved by the mother and have it normally in a natural homeostasis of a neural circuit like that, where there's like a natural thing going on. But that's all missing. So you're trying to fill in for that you're trying to create that missing circuit. So you gobble up some ice cream, didn't work. Gobble up again, and you keep doing it hoping to get a set thing. We're missing the set thing. Identify there's a missing set thing, mourn it, and then you get your feelings back. And you're okay like that. And then you have a new set thing of your consciousness. When you self-reparent yourself by understanding. Understanding is healing. Saved by understanding. Another Rick Emmett song called Saved by Love. Yeah, oh yeah, by the way, so when the circuit goes to the cortex and the person is being driven by this thing, the person's going, I got a compulsion to shop, I got a compulsion to go to the slot machine and get money, I got a compulsion to be rejected, to replay how I was rejected. So the slot machine one is pretty clear like that. Originally, the baby had a need for mother's love and all that. A great hope fell. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within. O cunning tale that let no witness in, says Emily Dickinson. How do you repeat that? How do you symbolically search for a mother's milk and all that? How do you symbolically search for that winning that you didn't get? Well, go to the slot machine, be allured, be promised a great hope, enticement, blinking, 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 put your money in, you might win a jackpot. Wow, wow, very excited. Click, 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 put your hope in, pull the lever, click, click, oh, ouch. Well, first of all, you symbolically repeated the trauma to know the trauma. You did this to know the past. If you don't know the past, you're going to keep on doing it. Now, if you get a little winnings, you might think you got a little bit of mother's love in the past. That goes away quickly, do it again, do it again, do it again, you know? So you're going to be addictive like this. It's going to be addictive because then they add in intermittent reinforcement, the pigeon thing. So now it's messing with your brain. Now you're getting a brain thing addiction that fuses in with the psychology attempt. That's something symbolic about it could be actual mother. So you think that the winnings of the money can be the winnings of the feeding with the nursery. Now on the positive side, we're drawn to this to know the past. We recreate this thing. We invent this stuff to know the past trauma. We're trying to know the past trauma. We're trying to know the past trauma. So if you had a hope with your mother and it crashed, well, you created somehow. Let me go to an amusement thing or whatever. Have some hope with the slot machine and get rejected. So you did that to know that you were rejected. Same thing with the jocose, morose, bellicose, comatose, with the alcohol. So the person, now by the way, the salvaging is that you pulled the lever, you said some magic words, you salvaged some remnants of infantile megalomania, because you go to the slot machine, you put the coin in, you're important, you're powerful, you're your little god, you're a magic man. Okay, so you feel you preserve some remnant of identity when you do this. So going to the slot machine makes you feel important. In other words, rolling the dice, say, come on, lady, magic this, come on. You make a little gesture. You feel important doing this. You feel like a little god, like waving a wand, or like a magician or something. So it sets it up for people to indulge in the remnant of their crumb remaining left of narcissism. So all this stuff is narcissism, obviously. You're going to get disappointed. But you don't care. You got a minute of feeling important. And the masochistic pain, okay, keeps you tied to the mother. So it's familiar. Oh, I got rejected. Well, it's familiar. But I felt important for a little while. And maybe there is this sense that you're moving towards learning the past so you can stop repeating. Maybe there's this sense of trying to know your story. I'm trying to know my story here. What is the story here? Okay, another example of remaining your little crumb or salvaging some crumb of feeling important is the jocose one. I mean the beer one. So the guy runs to the beer store. He's important. I'm gonna turn the key in. I'm gonna drive to the liquor store. I'm gonna buy the best wine or something on sale. I get to see I'm important. I get a discount. See, especially I'm special on sale. And I do it. I'm gonna open the thing. I'm gonna pour. I'm gonna get a nice glass. I'm important. I'm a guy. See, I do all this stuff. Okay, so you got a great hope like this. That's the jocose part. Okay, the jocose. Okay. And then, and for a little while, the concentrated sugar tricks your brain into thinking that you're saved by all the surplus food, surplus sugar, surplus food. So the brain says, oh, he's safe. Serotonin. Aha, so you feel good for a little while. Okay. What's going to happen is the repetition of the past. Now you're sad. Did it work? Did it work? Did the bottle of wine mean mother's love in the past? No. You're going to be sad again. Okay, that's the morose. Now you're sad. Okay, then now you're angry. The bellicose. Now you're complaining about something. You're angry about something. Think about the guy in the bar or angry or something. Okay, then the hangover is the comatose, the endorphins. So that replays the original scene. The baby had a jocose with the mother. It fell. A great hope fell. So that's jocose morose. And then the anger comes afterwards because your needs are not met. And from the pain of it all, you get the numbing mercy called endorphins. That's the comatose. Analogous to the swoon. But he salvaged some remnant of identity. He did it all. He did it all. Mother rejected him? No, he rejects himself. He controls the bottle. He controls the drive. He controls the purchase. And he rejects himself. So he feels important because he did it. He salvaged some identity because he's not going to be the passive victim. He'll shame himself the way the mother shamed him. So people who drink like that, okay, it's to feel important. Same with the ice cream, emotional eating. Okay, drinking is kind of like a form of emotional eating as well. And the money thing or the shopaholic thing, or being hoarding or grabbing or now that's all kind of manicish kind of behavior. So kind of manic defense. That's just one umbrella category of defense to not know the past. The past is too painful, so you repeat. At the same time, when you repeat, your system wants you to know that your symbolic acting out is to tell you that your unconscious needs were not met. That's a key point by Janoff. When your needs are unmet, poof, neurotic needs appear. Bergler says defensive needs appear. So this is defensive needs. So a person has a defensive need to not know that his mother failed him by drinking. That's a defensive need. And if your defensive need fails, you might get angry around the defense. So you got a defense against a defense kind of thing. Oh, do you want to see the wedding? Look at that. Huh? Let's take a peek at the swan. Oh, there's a party there. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's just a small one. Oh, it's not a big one. Okay, okay. So again, for the Janov quotes, can I refer you to, for your consideration, 2745 to 70, done last year, 2024, around this time. We did 26 videos on the work of Arthur Janov. Excellent material, clear writer, crystal clear writer. It's a good 101 of the whole thing, I think. Okay, now I don't include the so-called primal therapy stuff. I don't know about that kind of thing. A lot of it's acting. A lot of actors participate in this because they want to be dramatic on stage and things. So we do have a very important follow-up to those 26 videos from 71 to 3 on abreaction. The difference between the sham one called blowing off steam versus the genuine, authentic abreaction, where there's a genuine catharsis and emotional healing of the firebird and the phoenix. There's a difference between the phoenix feeling, the firebird feeling, getting a phoenix back, and just blowing off steam, right? A huge difference. Yeah, so a breakdown in object relations. Okay, mother failed me. That's a breakdown in object relations, the relationships. Object just means anybody or anything that's important to you that you connect to. The first object for the baby is the breast mother. So there's a breakdown in this object relations. A breakdown in object relations is due to the attempt to make something on the outside behave like, oh, okay, so that's after the trauma. So a breakdown in later on relationships. Okay, so a breakdown in marriage, for example, or friendship, for example, a breakdown in friendships and marriages, okay, due to the attempt to make the other person behave like a symbolic one and thus repair a psychic gap. So your girlfriend fails you, you think, because your mother failed you and your mother created a psychic gap, the chasm, and you wanted your girlfriend to heal the chasm. She can't. Only mourning can heal that. Only mourning can close that chasm. Now, I mean, you can cooperate with your girlfriend to be like helpers in that area, like co-counselors kind of thing. But she can't just magically heal your psychic gap. In the meantime, the person might become addicted to her. Come on. Now, if she's not there, then all addictions sort of fill that function. So you're addicted to the girl, you're addicted to the fill in the blank, the booze or whatever. All these addictions are attempts to make something on the outside do duty for a missing symbolic dimension. Yeah, that's a pretty good. That's a good one. The fourth one there. Yeah, between the four so far. Between the four. Yeah, that's my favorite one. The fourth one. The fourth one. Okay, let's do the fifth and last one here. Okay, the use of the word out in translating the German word agrieren as acting out, conveys a twofold notion pertaining. Oh, so hang on. By the way, back to number 4 here. This symbolic acting out, another way of saying it is someday. Oh my God, I gotta bring some Pavlov's dog. Our linked song for this is a song called Theme from Subway Sue by the classic rock band called Pavlov's Dog. And they talk about someday soon, someday, someday, someday. So we have this someday fantasy. that some pint, that some winnings from a slot machine, or some bottle of wine, or some pint of ice cream, or some cookie or muffin, some material, some money thing you buy, some matter, some material, some property, some new building, okay, whatever, something you buy or gobble up or greed or whatever, something symbolic of mother can be mother. Seriously, it cannot fill that missing psychic gap. All you can do is distract yourself and become addicted to make you unaware. It's a manic defense to deny the psychic gap, the pain. The psychic gap is the chasm. Go to Inside Out 2. You see the chasm scene, okay? The chasm in the earth. And you got the mind workers there called the sarcasm. That's sort of like that's your feelings about this deeply sarcastic, hateful kind of attitude. We had one quote from a pop singer. She said that she was never seen by her mother. So she went on stage and has tens of thousands of people looking at her while she's singing her techno songs or whatever. And they all see her and cheer her and applaud her and all this. She does it again and again, year after year, decade after decade. And she said to somebody, I don't know what it is. I feel like I've never been seen. Nobody ever sees me. I feel so unseen. I'm unseen. Nobody sees me. Gotta be kidding. Millions of people see you all the time and applaud you. No, I'm not. It doesn't work. Symbolic. People in the present looking at you, that's symbolic that the mother should have saw her. The mother never saw her. So she could be addicted to audience applause. She could be addicted. I gotta go on stage. I gotta do it again. I got another tour. Give me another tour. Manager, give me another tour. Oh, I'll create another album if I have to. Just give me another. I gotta get on stage. I'm addicted. You know. The same one with the professor. He said he was never heard. So he gave lectures his whole life, and then finally said, I've never felt heard. But he had tens of thousands of students listening to his lectures and writing down notes and all that. I've never felt heard. Same thing. Okay, Marilyn Monroe is the most famous example. Okay, millions of men sent her chocolate and flowers and cards and love letters. And she said, I don't know what it is. I never feel loved. All right, so during the critical time, if the needs are not met, some mirage of that never fills in for that. So Marilyn Monroe or whatever can have millions of men admiring her, doing whatever they want for her. She doesn't feel loved. She doesn't feel seen, heard, or loved like that. It doesn't work. Addictive symbolic acting out never translate to actually closing that psychic gap. It doesn't work. If anything, it might widen it. If anything, it might even widen it while blurring it, widening it, blurring it, and then you want more kind of thing. Because you're betraying yourself each time you do it. So the psychic gap increases. Now you want more to numb over, more pain, more addiction. So now you're getting into this negative loop kind of thing. Oh, hold on a second. I got a young father with his kid walking around here. He's probably, let me guess, I'm gonna say he's about maybe a year and a half, no, maybe 18 months or something like that. So this kid I'm seeing here, he's now in the now Voyager seeked out fourth phase. So he's looking around, kind of thing. He's discovering things, and when he freaks out, he can turn to his father. The father says, yeah, you're safe, everything's okay, you can explore. You can do both. You can explore, figure out things, and I'm okay with it. Now, Voyager, seek thou forth and find yourself. So that this father has Freude, pleasure in his son's autonomy, discovery, and finding himself. He doesn't want to use the child to make him feel important or serve him, nothing like that. He wants the child to be himself and be happy. I think he's a healthy, that interaction appeared on the healthy side. Okay, back to number 5 then. Okay, this phrase called acting out. Acting out conveys a twofold notion pertaining to the psychic economy. First, something that should have been kept inside and dealt with psychologically is put outside. So you're acting out, right? So you're not putting words to it, you're not feeling it, you're just acting out. So this drains away the tension, blows off steam, but the conflict remains. Your inner conflict is disavowed, and you scapegoat it, thrown out of the psyche for the time being. The body bears the burden, of course, if it's acting in, or if you're acting out, it's still acting in. It's acting in and acting out. So the acting in is when the howling man is caged in, and the acting out is when he's destructive on the outside. At the beginning of psychic life, the body is experienced as an object belonging to the external world. This one is a question mark for me here. This state of perception continues to exist in dream life and in certain psychotic and mystic states. That is, the body itself or certain of its functions are treated as independent entities and sometimes as belonging to or under the control of an other. For example, in the psychotic states in which severe self-harm is inflicted, the subject may be totally unaware of the pain. Whoa. Okay, this is scary stuff. Yeah. Okay, this is out of my zone here. The important question here concerns the possibility in what we might call psychosomatic mental states. Psychosomatic mental states. So the body is bearing the burden. They're attacking the body thinking it's not even your body, maybe. That is, they may be considered not as being the subject's own property, but belonging to the mother. Okay. If you're one with the mother and you hurt yourself, you think you might be trying to hurt your mother. If you really believe you and your mother are one and you're angry at the mother, you might do self-harm thinking you're hurting the mother. And you might believe that you're attacking the mother and you don't even feel it because you believe a part of your body is the mother. Is that right? So the closest, hang on. Burglar has a line about the drinking guy. There was one guy who was drinking. The mother was standing nearby, and the mother said, "Son, it pains me immensely to see you drinking like this, to hurt yourself, to harm yourself. It pains me." Oh, he drank. He doubled it. He tripled it. He kept drinking more, wanted to hurt her. He was actually trying to hurt his mother by hurting himself. He didn't seem to notice or care even. The important question here concerns the possibility in what we might call psychosomatic mental states. Certain body parts and functions may still be regarded unconsciously in this fashion. That is, they may be considered as being not the person's own, but belonging to the mother. The analyst hears an associative discourse that, while coherent, seems to lead nowhere. At such moments, we sense that something is lacking, a missing dimension, often of an affective order. It is like hearing the words of a song without the music. This discourse is very different from that in which repressed thoughts, fantasies, and desired feelings, although unconscious to the client, seek by numerous means to give clues to their existence, not only through symptoms themselves, but through dreams, Freudian slips, sudden associations, etc. When the communication is not of this order, but instead reduced to actions and reactions, as it is in all of us from time to time, then we know that the inner theater is not being elaborated internally, even in the form of symptoms, but rather is being externalized on the world's stage or discharged somatically. Well-recognized psychosomatic maladies such as gastric ulcers, bronchital asthma, colitis, but also to ill-defined anxiety, depressive states that are invariably accompanied by physical symptoms such as fatigue, sweating, trembling, and listlessness. To this array of psychosomatic phenomena must be added accident proneness and increased susceptibility to infection in times of stress.
Okay, I got a question mark. Let me update this. So I'm going to leave this as a huge question mark. We do have a thread on the body bears the burden. So the basic idea is conversion. Okay, conversion. So just like water turns to ice, the feelings that can't reach the mother go inward and go to the body part. And I got a body symptom. Now the body part, maybe what she means is you're attacking your body because you didn't leave the mother. And you're angry with the mother, so you're attacking your mother. Maybe that's what she means. Yeah, okay. See, the baby's enraged with the mother, but he's one with the mother. It goes in, he's one with the mother, he attacks a part of the body. Well, you might think he's attacking himself. It's at the same time he's attacking his mother. Anyways, there'll be a symptom. When he gets the pain of the symptom, whatever it is, trembling, sweating, whatever it was, it weakens him, so he's susceptible to infections under stress. So you might get colds easily, I guess. Or the more serious issues. Whatever psychosomatic symptoms there are, 99% of the time, it's psychosomatic, it's psychogenic. The rage that the mother turns in, goes to the body somewhere, and something in the body goes kaput. There's a pain around it. The pain is the ongoing rage at your mother. Psychosomatic symptoms reveal and conceal the original cry to the mother. Originally, it was relational, hence normal, baby to the mother, two people. But when mother blocked it, it would turn inward. Now it's concealed, but the pain reveals it. Psychosomatic symptoms reveal and conceal the pain with the mother, the rage with the mother. So now you're attacking the body, attacking yourself. This outer point is here, well, you may think you're one with the mother, so you're attacking both yourself and your mother. So you're self-defeating. So you might be self-defeating, attacking yourself, thinking you're attacking the mother. And you might not even notice it or something. I think that's what she says. That's called acting in, right? You're acting out, but it's in or something. So there's no words, there's no talking, there's no memory or feeling, it's just blindly acting out. So we want to make this conscious. Okay, go to our the quote by Capex. That's a very good quote, Capex. Oh, hang on a sec. Let's let these people. Okay, let me dig up a song here while these people pass. Hold on a sec. Why don't we crank it up a bit here? What do we have here? Jefferson. Okay, let's play some Cashton.
树上的树它们去几十个只有大长得个不大都是说不大的问这个几下边紧紧杀抓们的北京推着王国不一样出的乱的关最近我们的伪装nous acheter petit histoire nous c'est un bijou chocaste de mon bijou au sein la bueno tu dois man tu dis ça toi des petits tweets one quatre semaines when tu sais petit je te sais tu n'es chat toi tu dois des petits you will
a song called Te Pat Shiman by the band Cashton. The vocalist is Claude McKenzie. The band is Cashton. They had 3 albums out in the 80s, I think. A great band, yeah. The language is Inuktitut, is that right? The Inuit people, indigenous group. Okay, the added question mark is, to what degree, when someone harms themselves, they actually think they're harming their mother? This is the confusing thing here. I'm gonna have to stick with number 4 here as my favorite, you know, about the gap, right? That's symbolic acting out. okay? Being an attempt to make an external agent, something on the outside, do duty for a missing symbolic dimension. Well, psychic, well, hang on, psychic dimension. Well, where's the psychic, hang on, oh, the psychic world. People who must constantly struggle to maintain their narcissistic homeostasis may do this in, okay, hang on. Okay, same thing, symbolic dimension, psychic fault, basic fault. In other words, the basic fault. You're attempting to heal this basic fault. This missing abandonment, this eerie feeling that something really missing is within. What? Okay, the experience of having been seen and mirrored by the mother and soothed and recognized and treated like a human being by your mother. That's all missing. So you think taking pills and drinking and emotional eating and gambling is gonna undo that? You gotta be kidding. Alman and Paul say what you're doing is you're trying to blip up the old fantasies of the pathological nostalgia of the good old days, that when you were in the uterus in the water world, you felt safe and one, and from that fantasy of being one with the mother, you get serotonin, bliss, oxytocin. So you're just trying to blip up some old good feelings that you had using this method. It doesn't change psychic structure. It doesn't heal the psychic structure. Only mourning and consciousness can do this. Still reacting to the trauma with the mother your whole life doesn't undo it. Paul Levi-Russell says you can have 20 lifetimes symbolically chasing mother. It's never going to work. Or showing up the mother by treating others badly the way she treated you in an attempt to show up the mother, to protest against the mother, to expose the mother. It's not going to change what happened. Or just blindly repeating, thinking you're going to get a better outcome for the past. These kinds of things don't work, right? You got to face this someday stuff. And you got to face the false belief that you're guilty. Another one, you're not guilty. Baby is nature's greatest miracle. And the odds of each person being here are 1 in 400 trillion. So a great spirit, nature, created all this. Life's longing for itself. Okay, read the Gibran poem. And the poem and the Ogmandino one. Oh, that one we can take up here. Let's take up this short. It's a very short one here, by Ogmandino, a very old self-help guy.
The scroll marked 4. I am nature's greatest miracle. Since the beginning of time, never has there been another with my mind, my heart, my eyes, my ears, my hands, my hair, my mouth. None that came before, none that live today, and none that come tomorrow can walk and talk and move and think exactly like me. All men are my brothers, yet I am different from each. I am a unique creature. I am nature's greatest miracle.
See, mothers need to have that kind of attitude. Yeah, he says all men are my all men are my brothers. The self-help people say all men are my brothers, and all men are my mirrors. What you say about them, that's a mirror about yourself. But yeah, some mathematician said that the odds of any person being here, just existing here, your presence here, the odds of that happening is 1 in 400 trillion. This is from the Great Spirit here. The Great Spirit likes everyone to be unique. You're here with your uniqueness, like he said. And the odds of your uniqueness here was chosen by the Great Spirit. So we're all chosen in that sense. Any kind of slogan that you're chosen, others are no good, okay, that's delusion, because you're taking refuge in the trauma of the time in the uterus where you're special and chosen, and your soul being no good. You say others, you project out others, say they're no good. That's all that is. We're all chosen. Babies are human beings, but the moment the mother doesn't treat her baby like a human being, okay, there's the problem. He'll think he's chosen, others are no good. the moment that kind of thing happens. Oh, this afternoon went pretty quickly. What time is it? Battery 23%, 5:13. Let me start to wind down here, make sure I get. I've lost a lot of. If the video suddenly shuts out due to the battery running out, I lose the whole video. I have to stop it before the battery drains. And my phone doesn't give me a warning. It used to, now it doesn't. Or if it does, the warning is like a fraction of a millisecond, and it's just too late. So I gotta close it before the thing runs out here. So yesterday we talked about Howling Man. Oh, hold on a sec. Oh, I'm counting my sneezes. That's my 4th sneeze. So I'm averaging 1 sneeze a year. Yeah, okay. I think the sweat is finally cooling off on me. Yeah. So let me do my disclaimer once again. As you obviously have figured out, I'm not a shrink or professor. I have not been analyzed. Played Joni Mitchell's song, This Flight Tonight, made popular by Dan McCafferty. If I had the funds, I'd be on this flight tonight and do a full analysis and show you a before and after. A before therapy and after therapy. I'd love to have that after a therapy effect. My goodness. So in the interim, I'm just trying to teach myself this perspective and to practice for myself free association, dream interpretation, trying to do it on my own kind of thing in lieu of that. So discussing it, I'm kind of learning this a little bit when I discuss it. Now the benefit of all this is that you're going to get an encyclopedia of insights like this. It's an 8-volume encyclopedia if it were printed out. So you can get the file, the PDF file, for the price of you know what. The link is there, right? So it's nothing like it out there. You won't find any place, you won't find any collection or any source of quotes from like all in one place. Like, where are you going to find burglars' quotes? Zilch. Even Karen Horney, zilch. Masterson. You're not going to find any of these quotes in any place. There are no collections of psychology quotes from the psychoanalytic perspective, with the one partial exception of Gregory Bauer's book entitled Wit and Wisdom and Dynamic Psychotherapy, done several decades ago. It's just a small collection. Half of it is disturbed translations of Freud, so forget that. From the remaining few, I've already plucked out the best quotes that he had in our collection. We have a unique thread called Psychologically Minded Film and TV Show Quotes. Route 66, Judd for the Defense, Drop Dead Diva, Harry's Law, Twilight Zone, recently the Gidget one, and a sprinkling of loose quotes from sitcoms and shows from old films like Now Voyager and Spellbound and Lady in the Dark, That Uncertain Feeling. So recently we've been talking about the Twilight Zone a fair bit. Howling Man is good. Actually, yesterday I didn't have the music player with me, and I wanted to play a song about nostalgia. Maybe I can do that now. So we talked about another Twilight Zone episode called Howling Man. It's about nostalgia, where he wishes he can be the person. He wishes...
It's the same.
Oh, how'd that get there? Oh. Well, that's Alyona Yaroshina's cover of Triumph's Lay It on the Line. Good song. think we can play it. Yeah, okay. So the trouble, it's an episode called The Trouble with Temple. Not a major episode. I don't want to focus too much on it. But it's about, a little bit about this issue that one defense mechanism, one way to push down the pain, not face your pain, i.e. he had the pain of getting older, his health issues, the new boss was belligerent. He had a lot of pain in his current life. The combination of those stresses, he couldn't handle it. He had a psychotic break of going back to the good old days of his youth. And he believed he was there. He had a psychotic break. He was so desperate to go back to compensate for the pain he's feeling. So he had a psychotic break and went back to the past, and he was back in the 30s or whatever it was. Or the 20s, the roaring 20s or something. So he went back to the happiest time of his life. He had a pretty girlfriend and a good friend like that. But they said to him, hey, what are you doing here? Get out of here. You don't belong here. Go back to the present. You don't belong in the past. This is the past. Go to the present. Go, get out of here. Go. You can't be here. Go, get out of here. Whoa. So we learned that he himself had it within himself that he knew deep down that it's not right to have this psychotic break called pathological nostalgia. He'd be schizophrenic, Alzheimer's, dementia. He can't do that. So he kind of knew that. So that inner knowing of that was shown by him scripting to his friend and girlfriend to say those things to him to keep him in the present. So he came back in the present, faced his life in the present. But the point was that in general, when there's pain, we look back at the good old days kind of thing. Like in Happy Days, an episode entitled, what happened here? The Spirit is Willing, season 11, episode 14. The Fonz had a similar situation. Should he get married, or should he open a business, or he's getting older kind of thing. He's got to make a decision. Can't live above somebody's garage and be like a teenager all the time. So you have to kind of grow up. So for a while there, as a defense against the pain of making a decision, growing up, getting older, the youth is over, he's got to be an adult, he's got to get rid of the leather jacket and all that stuff. So he had a fantasy. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to the good old days? So he bought a car from the good old days, a nice old car from the 50s or whatever. It turned out that car was haunted, that it used to belong to a pretty girl who died in it, and her psyche went in the car. When he bought the car, the psyche went into his mind, and he thought he was having a relationship with her back in the 50s in her time. He had a psychotic stuff. He didn't know where he was. Is he in the present? Is he in the past? He was doing the same kind of thing. Now finally he came around and recognized, whoa, this is dangerous. I can't do this. So he came to the present and said, yeah, no, when the past is the past. Past to be remembered, not lived, not try to live it or something, not try to be there. You gotta admit the past. But the point was there. When we have this temptation to regress to the good old days. So the usual pattern is, think about a time in your past where you had a dream. It wasn't met. But what if it were met? Blot out the reality that it wasn't met. Imagine that it was met. And linger there, dwell there. Now we all might do this a little bit once in a while, but if you do it habitually, routinely, then you might, you're not living in the present. Now you're aware of it, you can come to the present, it's okay like that, but you're still not loving life. But if you cross over that line where you really think you are there, that's called a psychotic break, right? That's dangerous. Then you're out of it, right? You got to be careful like that. A lot of people say they might have it once in their life or something. You go, whoa, never again kind of thing. So that's the same thing. Templeton did it. The Fonz guy did it. So our linked song on pathological nostalgia is a song called Dreaming. Dreaming or Dreaming? Oh, hang on. Oh, your mission. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go to patreon.com/narcissistic. I keep accidentally hitting something here. I got a new phone here. I'm still working it out. Okay, let's play And one of our musical voices in our soundtrack is a guy named Rick Santers. He used to be the lead singer of a band called Santers with his a rock trio, a threesome. Here's a live bootleg of his song called Dreaming. I think it's a pretty good song. He's saying, I wish I were the man I was before. I'm dreaming of the man I wish I were. Wouldn't that be nice? So it's sort of in that kind of area. Now here we go. Here we go. This is just in a little city, in a small city, in some small venue. Sault Ste. Marie, I think.
I think we do. From an album called Guitar Alley. You know that one? It's a tune called Dreamin'.
I got to
So we play several of his songs time after time. Mistreating Heart, Winter Freeze, The Rapper. When we talk about the Don Juan syndrome, we can play the Rapper one. And several others. Should we close it up here? So your mission, submitted for your approval and consideration, should you choose to accept it, is to find a quote and then use it as a springboard and to say what comes to mind with it, what thoughts come up with it, and what does it remind you of, what does it suggest to you, and just see what comes up. And then when a feeling appears, either like a proper feeling or an affect sensation, either one, identify it, aha, welcome, okay. And say to yourself, welcome, first of all. I must have a very good reason for feeling this feeling or sensation. And just stay with it kind of thing. Allow it kind of thing. Sometimes it'll just wave through, that's great. Tina Gilbertson's a big thing about the feelings. You want it to wave through like a wave on an ocean or something. If you stay with it, you surf it like you're like a surfer on a thing. And then if it does lead to a dream, or anytime you do get a dream in the morning, it's like, this is my soul today, you say. So everything about you that you don't know, okay, you bundle it up, call it your repressed self, your secret self, your shadow soul, your double self, the one who walks with you, who's not like you, who is you. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him, it's you. That you, it includes your inner child of the past in there. All that about you that you don't know. It sends you a letter. In the morning, you get a letter. If your soul sends you a letter, or a report card, Mr. Behrman calls it, don't you want to read it? It's like, this is my soul today. And you do the same kind of thing. It's revealing the condition of where you're at, the theme of where you're at, what you're trying to feel. If it's about homeostasis, then you know something about your structure, you know, like wish fulfillment fantasies in your dreaming. There is one Twilight Zone episode, on the off chance of a 0.0000 whatever 1% chance, you get a dream that's actually a premonition. That's extremely rare. Sanford believes it. He said he had one case of it, and the Twilight Zone did do one. It's about an exotic dancer girl or something, a stripper girl or something. She had this recurring nightmare again and again, the same looping nightmare. Okay, now there's another episode about a recurring nightmare called Shadow Play. That's totally different. In the Shadow Play one, he was facing guilt. He was facing, Father, what am I guilty of? You keep saying I'm guilty. Could you please tell me what? So that's different. He had a dream that he was guilty all the time. And he had a nightmare like that. The Playgirl one, or the dancer one, whatever, exotic dancer one, she had a different kind of recurring nightmare. But it was different. She knew, right? You tend not to, the stereotype is you wouldn't believe her, right? A stripper or whatever. But she knew it's some kind of premonition of the future. So she went to the shrinker man, help me. He just did his usual thing, thinking it's symbolic of the past or something. Anyways, sure enough, she was right. And actually, it warned her of some danger in the future. So when she saw the actual thing happening in real life that she dreamt about, she said, oh my God, I was having this nightmare to warn me of this. It was telling me, like ESP, premonition, oh my God. So she didn't do the thing, and it saved her life kind of thing. That's a very unique kind of thing. That's something that the unconscious picked up, some kind of wild patterns or something to help the person. So that helped her. That ESP, premonition, nightmare helped her. And that's the general attitude we want to have with our dreams. It's trying to help us in general terms. It's like this in your soul today. So 99% of the dreams are not premonitions. They're just reflecting and giving you a report card of your day, of your life, whatever. Well, let's show the battery. Hold on a second. I've only got 4. Look at that. Okay, 16%. Luckily, I got 10% left on the battery. Wow. Okay, let's do the mission one. Yeah. Oops, what's that? Oh, I promised to show you the swan. Can I do it now? Oh, he's sleeping. All right, next time. They're both sleeping. One's sleeping on one leg, huh? Okay, I'll show you next time when they're awake. Your mission, submitted for your approval and consideration. Is to get for yourself a copy of 1001 Windmills of the Mind Psychoanalytic Psychotherapy's Greatest Hits and read 10 quotes a day and pick out one to use as a springboard. A springboard or prompt to help you free associate, to bring up something from the unconscious into consciousness. Make the unconscious conscious. Now know, try to figure out, piece together your story. Narrative medicine. Try to understand what happened. Feel what happened, should you choose to accept it. Submitted for your consideration. Okay, thanks very much. I'll see you in the next video. We'll be posting some coming up, some more good quotes on the psychosomatic issues coming up. The basic vault idea by Ballant is coming up. Something called abandonment syndrome by Miss Germaine Rue, is that right? And we'll post more quotes from the Gidget Show and from the Twilight Zone for the love of narrative medicine. Thanks very much. See you next time.